Hey, we're on stream. Tired of talking about old people restaurants.
Whatever, you like it too.
Yeah, it's good, but there's more important things to do today, like play D&D.
Hi.
Hi, YouTube. It's YouTube. And it's D&D. Outsiders Arcana. We played D&D last week. And the week before that. And the week before that. We're still going. Does anybody want to recap last week?
I got my inspiration. I'm good. And I'm actually fuzzy this week about what happened last time.
Well, last time, you guys went to Stout, with D being accompanied by, what's his name, from, or used to be from, Old City, Kimlick, the tall, lanky drow. There you were led back into the capital city after they acquired the Skaldorf piece and all the notes, taking you back to the capital of Toothstout, where you met Magda, the orc woman that also turns into bats all the time. So there was that. She gave you all a quest and said that there's a dude that was gonna watch you, make sure you weren't butts. And that was Nereus, this tiefling folk. Followed you into the desert, following a trail from Fort Swelter, another group that was moving a line ghost, a Skaldorf. You defeated him with the most weird plan in the world. Have the rogue break into a wagon, blow himself up, and then have the wizard turn into a witch and pretend to curse all of these soldiers. It was really a lot of show for combat. But you won. You got the line ghost. You got the wagon with the giant hole in the roof and brought it back. You made it back into town. There was some fighting pit action. The money was won and lost. Nereus went and slept in a alleyway in some shelter that he has. And you all went back to the palace, the inn that you remember from your previous time in Toothstout. You all woke up the next day to head to the large tree in Toothstout where fairies live from the Feywild, knowing that Bosch is also from the Feywild and looking for answers. And that's exactly where we left off, was you guys were looking up a tree where fairies live.
So I guess I'll call out in Sylvan. Hello?
You see a little bit of buzzing from the tree, like 15 feet above the ground is where like the actual canopy starts, and you see shifting from branch to branch and these faint lights. You see a handful of small humanoid figures with wings kind of descend and then swirl around as one comes directly at you, kind of like rapidly flapping wings right in your face. Hello? Hi!
Hi. I'm assuming you guys are also from the Feywild?
Oh yeah? Where else would we be from?
Well, people are from all over, but I'm in search of some help. my people, and I'll make sure my ears are out. Some of them were taken away. I didn't know if you happened to see any of, well, people like me lately.
It's been a long time since I've seen anybody like you, since we're probably in the Fae. Over 100 years. I mean, if you guys took the same way that we did to get here, it'd probably be closer to, like, the North Coast, I would imagine. There's a city up there. They might have headed there.
And I'll pull out the map and show him my markings of where we saw the tracks. This direction here, is that in the direction you were talking?
No, that's the opposite direction.
Okay. Would you please be on the lookout? I'm Bosch. If I'll check back in with you, but if you happen to do see anybody, would you at least make note? So I'd love to try to figure out where my people were taken to.
Of course. I mean, we'll find you. You kind of stand out compared to everybody else. Not a lot of the rabbit folk here.
Okay. Thank you.
Anytime.
Question for you, DM. You said they were up a tree? Like a giant tree is where their little town system is?
Yeah, it's not like the biggest tree in the world, but there's a big out-of-place tree in this city. The canopy is where they build their homes. You can kind of see, like, all of you standing under the tree while this conversation's happening, that there are, like, small shacks, like, little tiny, almost birdhouse-like homes that are built and decorated with all sorts of interesting things. Yeah, that's where they live.
Can I walk up to the tree itself and try to talk to the tree in Sylvan just to see if there's a tree spirit there?
Sure.
I mean, I don't have any type of spell that would allow me to talk to a tree like that, but I'll just start speaking in Sylvan to see if it will talk back.
Okay, yeah. I mean, you walk up in Sylvan and start kind of speaking around the tree to see if there's anything existing, residing inside of this tree. You don't really get any response. Nothing seems to jump out at you. I'm gonna close my blinds just a little bit because the light is really bright.
Well, guys, it doesn't seem like they have seen anybody like me lately, so I don't know if they're going to be much good. If we're going to track this down, I imagine we'd have to go out to where I saw those tracks in the desert. They did recommend that the North Shore would have a city where that's kind of where they came through from the Feywild, but the tracks in the desert were kind of leading the opposite way, so I don't really know.
Maybe it's like one of you that found a way out and it's traveling to go check for the other bunnies.
Yeah, I think tracking him down would be the best bet so far.
How long ago was it that we saw those tracks?
It's been over a week now.
Okay.
It was the first evening that you left Bootstoud to go on your last quest, so it'd be over a week at this point.
Okay.
Well, if we don't have any other pressing matters, would you guys mind joining me to kind of search this out?
No, not at all.
Sounds like a plan to me.
While you three are at this tree having this conversation, Narias, you wake up in your makeshift shelter in an alleyway, and see standing kind of at the base of the tent that you were sleeping in, there are two figures standing, wearing darker, like, long jackets over simple attire. You just kind of see their knees to feet at this point.
I jump out and go like, "Who are you?"
It's us, Narias. You see a very tall drow wearing a giant sun-brimmed hat, and a female drow with a porcelain mask covering the face, as the taller one's talking to you. What happened to the people that you were supposed to be watching?
Well, we finished the job and they kind of went on the way.
I need you to go find them, please. There's more work to be done.
Okay. Do you happen to know where they are currently?
If I knew where they were, I would have just got them.
Oh,
I assumed they were with you.
I'll go ask around.
Kind of just gives a nod and then begins walking back as the other figure follows in line.
I go try to find the orc lady that hired me at first. Whatever her name is, see if she saw you guys anywhere.
Okay. So you head back to the castle?
Yeah.
Okay. You make your way back. Walk into the castle. There is Magda, the orc woman. What do you want, Arias?
Have you happened to see the three people I was supposed to supervise around here? The rabbit folk, the orc lady, and the little guy?
Not since I last saw all four of you. Yesterday. No.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Walk out of the castle, kind of stumped. I guess I just go start asking around for people, see if they saw the rabbit folk guy, because he's probably the one that stands out the most.
Make a charisma check. Just click on your charisma modifier to ask around town.
Dang. Oh, no.
Nobody has seen them, or they are too busy to waste time with a fancily dressed man.
Oh no.
I do believe we had mentioned that we'd meet back in the fighting pit in the morning, didn't we?
Yeah, I think so.
Mhm.
Well, remembering that, I guess I just go back there, kind of hang out.
You go back to the bar, or bar with ale, where the fighting pits were. Right next to your alleyway home. And as you walk in, you see Thavo, Flynn, and Bosch kind of standing in the main area, looking around for you.
Hello. I'm sorry I was late. I had a thing I needed to do.
Oh, we just assumed there was like a big shopping sale somewhere, like Bonnie's, and you were like, "Oh, that's a great coat, but
Oh,
I can't afford it, so I'm gonna look at it."
Totally. Yep. Exactly what happened. After some thinking, I would like to join you with whatever you guys are doing. I've heard some things that are very interesting, and I would like to learn some more. So if I could I join you guys?
Oh, I thought we didn't. Sure. Yeah.
Sounds good. Well, what are we doing now?
Well, our friend Bosch here's looking for more of his kind. We're thinking about helping him with that. Of course, if Magna's got another job for us, we're gonna have to. We need to do that as well. Try to figure out what happened. But yeah, those next steps.
Didn't we see rabbit folk footprints in the desert?
Yeah, that was our where we were gonna head next and try to suss out what's going on with all that.
Okay. Sounds good.
And do you think we should check in with Magda before we go in case it's something she needs us to do?
I just went over there and spoke to her, but I think she would have told me if there was something else we needed to do. I mean, we
Fair
can
enough.
try.
No. You know it better than we do. What's your thing?
Well, I guess to the desert.
Wabbit season.
Rabbit.
Trey, the only shopping I really need to do is just a scarf, something I could hide the features of my face. We don't really have to all roleplay that. I imagine
I mean, sure, yeah. You spend 5 gold, you can find one. Pretty easy
Just-
to find.
I just really want something that I could hide the fact that I'm a rabbit folk for at least a few moments if I have to interact with somebody.
Yeah. So you finish your transaction, get a scarf to cover your features. As you turn around from the small vendor that sells like home knitted wares and things like that, you see the female drow with the porcelain mask walking behind, and reach out, grab Nereus' coat, and just start dragging him in the direction of the castle.
Oh shit! We should probably follow him.
Okay.
Is he in trouble? I bet he stole his clothes.
My mom does that to my ears when she's really, really angry, and it does not feel good.
Oh yeah, my mom used to grab the hair right underneath the bottom of my skull, and she would twist it a little bit. No one else could see what was happening, but damn it hurt.
My mother just used her words.
How did she say things like, "I'm very disappointed in you"? That's the worst.
No! Jesus. My mom was very proud of me.
Oh. Why?
Or do you mean like she would carve literal words out of something and hit you with them?
No! She was just honest with me and I listened to her. And then if there was something that needed to be done, she'd say, do that. And then I would.
So you weren't spanked as a child. I bet you would be a little bit more haughty if you got hit a little bit.
It's not much you can do with 3 feet 1 inch. Interpret that however you like.
Well, I had a lot of brothers and sisters. I don't think my parents had time to talk that much.
Oh, is it like the
That's fair.
same with normal rabbits? Like with rabbit folk? Like, is it like what they say? Like a couple bunnies, you know?
No, what do you mean?
Like, how many brothers and sisters do you have?
32.
Oh, wow. Yep. Alright. That's a lot.
Well, I did. Some of them are stoned now because of that whole basilisk thing, but hopefully they're getting better.
I do happen to know there's a cure for that sort of thing, so don't give up hope.
Yeah, we had sent it some elves nearby that hopefully they would help us, but I'm more worried about something happening to the stone while they were in stone with the like something broke off an arm or something, and when it came back, it would just be awful.
Ooh, don't think about that. Don't think about that.
Oh, but if you
We're
had like,
walking, by the way.
Yeah,
Oh,
this
but-
is a walk and talk.
Yeah, I mean, I figured y'all were having this conversation while Nereus was being held by the back of a coat, just being dragged limply through the city.
I mean, if you have a brother or sister you don't like as much that's stone, you can take off one of the ears, and then they'll have to do an embarrassing ear comb over for the rest of their life.
So basically, you want me to cut off one of my brother and sister's ears?
Well, I mean, it's stone. You wouldn't cut it off. You'd like punch it off. There's a difference.
Anyway, I'm good friends with a bunch of the trees there in where they were at, so I'm pretty sure they'd be okay. They promised to take care of my brothers and sisters that were stone, so they should be okay. I tend to worry a lot.
It's going to be okay, boss. We're going to unpetrify your family. We're not going to remove any of the ears.
I
Terrible
mean,
prank.
I'm not going to.
I'm not convinced.
I mean, if it was my brother, I might take off one of his big toes so he'd just have to walk in circles for the rest of his life. That'd be pretty funny.
Now that is funny.
And you arrive at the castle, with Nereus being dragged into the main chamber as Magda is still standing there. Nereus, didn't Kimlik tell you that we had work?
I got distracted.
You're better than that, Nereus.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody.
Hello. Good morning.
Yeah. We got some information. Follow me. You see that Magda kind of leads you through the long pillared main corridor of the castle, leading up to that massive stained glass depiction, and breaks off before the staircase and goes into a side room. You see that it is just littered with paper, documents, notes, crudely drawn maps, things like that. We have information on 2 more of the pieces. One's in a super dangerous dungeon. One's held in a vault in the North City. You'd have to break into it. I guess I'll start with the dungeon. She goes through for a while telling you about this extremely dangerous dungeon. So on the northeast side of the continent, there's an island. We're hearing tale and whisper from some of the other towns that there's an unusual power source emanating from the island. We only have crude notes about it, but it seems to match the magic of the Scaladorth. So we're assuming it's in there. The notes that we have say that this dungeon was built by like a really old wizard or something, so it's dangerous. The common name for it is the Tomb of Horrors. And the other one in the North City. That same sort of power is emanating from the city. We think it's held in one of the family banks. kind of a vault to hold their treasure, coin, all their wealth. Probably be difficult to get in, but I imagine you could make something up and get it.
The Tomb of Horrors. I don't like where this is headed.
I mean, I think we've already shown that we're not the best at breaking into boxes. I mean, thankfully last time we had Sunflower Hat Man and Mean Masked Lady. They had to open it, so I don't think we can open a big vault. We can smash things though, while I can.
And if I can find some sort of a dispel magic scroll, shouldn't be a problem. That was the only thing that was keeping us from opening the chest. But we got in just fine.
That might be the one actual magic spell I like. Dispel magic. Is that what it sounds like?
What? That's how you pronounce it, yeah.
But like it gets rid of magic. It's magic that gets rid of magic.
Yeah.
I like that. Hey look, I found a spell I like. I like a magic.
Progress. There's also magic that can heal your wounds, bring people back from the dead like loved ones. Imagine that.
Everybody I like is alive, so I'm fine. Or at least I hope they're alive.
Alright.
Trying to find out if a couple of them are alive.
Okay. Is there any more detailed information about the Tomb of Horrors that you're aware of, or any information about the city to the north?
Magda kind of flips through some of the pages, looking at it. Apparently it's super dangerous, the Tomb of Horrors. So, be careful. It's made by a wizard. I mean, you know, wizards.
I do know. No notes of traps, creatures, big giant alligators with eyes for feet.
No, we don't even know where it is on the island. You'd have to find the entrance.
Alright.
The city up north is called Gorsdra. It's a pretty big city. Lots of people live up there. They're probably the biggest city out of the three.
And which family predominantly is that one under?
Yeah, that's the East Bride's territory.
Ah. They're the ones of one of the hellish planes. So probably a lot of fun.
I mean,
Like
the city's probably not what you're thinking. It's fairly normal. It's not like fire and brimstone.
Is there anything that would set a time frame on when either of these would need to be done? I mean, as other than sooner rather than later?
No. Either of them can be done. I don't think they're going to move. Either the family would have to get more pieces to, I guess, go to the island and try and find that one.
how many pieces do you have now? You have just one, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so you have more than one, right?
So the story Flynn had told us. Is there any way you have to protect these pieces? Should we actually get another one? I mean, they had a giant lead box. I mean, it seems like it'd be a long way back with everybody and their dog looking for what we have.
I mean, you have a bag of holding, just put it in there.
Still possible for someone to scry on a piece like this in a bag of holding, we found out.
I mean, would you rather carry a giant lead box?
I mean, I think I can carry a lead box.
We got a sick new wagon.
I can get you a lead box if that makes you feel better.
Or we can just fight our way back. Favo, you like that?
I mean, I love that, to be honest. And then I can put the box like on my back and act like I'm a hunchback and being like, oh, it's just my hump.
Nope, we don't have the box in this scenario. We let everyone know that we've got it, and you go smashing.
But we don't tell people we have the box. Just make it look like I have a hump.
And then why would they fight us? Why would they
Exactly.
fight an orc that clearly has a disability?
Some people are just horrible.
That's true.
I mean, those people who didn't let a little old lady just stay by the fire.
We're thinking too much about this. Should do what's quicker.
We're having this a conversation in front of our new bosses.
We're just temps right now. We haven't got the 401k or the health insurance yet.
Our vacation doesn't kick in until like 6 months.
So, scary wizard death cave or espionage, with probably a lot of the same features, but probably not as magical.
All right, let's just vote on it. So who votes for the
That's
cave?
exactly what I'm going for.
All right, I
Damn
vote
it.
for the I vote for the cave.
Magda also raises her hand on the cave.
Yes.
Probably the cave, it seems
All right.
the easiest.
So we talked a lot about going to see them when we were going to the cave, no matter what. I feel like we just cut down like our conflict time in half. That was really good.
So I need to find some Dispel Magic scrolls.
Magda, do you know a good wizard shop here in town?
Not really, no. Magic's not really my thing. I'm sure there's plenty, though.
Oh, just do a walkabout and see what we can find. Maybe Kimlik or what? What is the Kimlik or the Drow in the room with us, or is it just us and Magda?
Just you and Magda.
We didn't catch her name. What's the other woman's name that's traveling with Kimlik?
I don't know.
Okay,
You just call him the person traveling with Kimlik.
it's very simple. All right, well, we'll ask them then and see if they know of a place we can get some stuff.
Cool.
Have you ever heard of somebody named Lesunar?
Lacenar.
Lesunar.
No, I haven't.
Okie dokie. Me either.
Bye.
And you walk out of that room, back into the pillared hallway.
Well, let's see if we can find Kimlik, or the one who travels with Kimlik. Look for magic scrolls.
Oh, what if the lady was separated from Lasanar, and then she still has her memories, but he doesn't have his?
I'm gonna look into my mind palace, DM, and was there some sort of recognition in her body language when she lit up her fire hand when we first saw each other in the ruined city?
Make an insight check with disadvantage. That was forever ago.
Yeah, it was.
They're a hard person to read. You are unsure if there was recognition. The porcelain mask does not help, not showing any features. But the body language with the fire seemed pretty aggressive.
I come back from my mind palace to say, I don't know, I think she would have said something if she recognized us.
Because she's always been so chatty.
Wow.
Yeah, she
Wow.
may just be playing it close to the vest.
I mean, I've known him a little bit, and I always liked when they were whole. I don't like his funny half.
Never gonna know until we talk to them. Let's find them.
You walk out of the main doors of the castle, and they're both hanging out, kind of like in the courtyard area at the bottom of the stairs. You see Kimlik is just kind of talking to the very still standing female drow.
Just gonna walk up to him and stop about 8 feet away and wait for a moment to when I can interject in the conversation.
Kimlik looks over at all of you as you kind of walk down the stairs and approach. Hello?
Hello. We was about to prepare for our next mission. Do you know of any shops around town or any merchants that sell magical scrolls?
Yeah, there are a few. Most of them reside here in the castle district. If you go to the palace, that inn, just follow that line of businesses. There's a couple there.
Thanks very much.
Oh, and I'm sorry, I didn't catch your friend's name. What was your name again? Trying to be very nonchalant, like.
Is the reaction you get. Kimlik just kind of stands there. She's not much for talking.
So what was her name again? I forgot.
She doesn't talk. We don't know her name.
Oh, okay.
I was
She
like, I have to
doesn't-
spell things out for you.
Well, she said she doesn't talk much. So, you know, when you say doesn't talk much, I mean she does talk, so I wasn't sure. It's all in the words. I've learned this from Flynn. You really got to, like, look for the wording.
Thank you for your help. We'll be on our way. Good day to you both.
And you leave the gate. Walk out into the castle district. Looking for magic shop?
Some people just don't like to talk, Thabo. Some people, they process their stress and trauma in different ways.
I mean, you're very charismatic, I feel, and talk a lot. I'm just kind of like picking up the key points from watching you.
I'm a rare bird.
What's a rare bird?
You're looking at one. If you're looking down here,
Are you a bird?
a rare one.
You could fly.
Yeah, didn't you see?
I mean, he was a witch flying. But, well, that mean you're a rare witch?
Rare something. How you doing back there, Narias?
I'm confused. Why didn't that one talk? Was she deaf? Was her tongue cut out? What was it? Did you guys know her? Why were you so persistent?
Well, we sort of knew her in a different time of her life. Not well, though. We've actually never heard her talk before. We're just trying to figure out if she did, really.
So you say there
Yeah.
was like a person,
Time.
and then they would split it into two people, and she was one of the other two people.
Actually, if you
just going into it.
if you like and subscribe Ramblin' Picker on YouTube, you could see all the past episodes of what we've actually done.
Let me ask you something, Narias. Do you believe in alternate realities?
Alternate what?
Alternate realities. A different time that's sort of the same but different.
I mean, I guess bunch of phony baloney to me. Are you okay? What? Did you drink something? What?
Well, yeah. Not today, though. Not yet.
Oh, okay. Go on.
We'll table this conversation for when we take a long rest and have some ale with us. Seems like something best do when relaxed.
You say as you walk in front of a magic shop called All the Magic. It's a very bright, glittery purple sign with like explosions and fireworks displayed all over it. It's a very nice building. Not the biggest building in the world, but it stands out compared to the rest of this row. You walk in and see that there are lots of glass display cases with weird items in it. Very like fresh and citrusy smelling as you walk into this establishment. All of the glass boxes have like just walking through, you see one with like a very old shriveled hand that looks to be like petrified or mummified or something like that, and 3 of the fingers are sticking up, something like this. You see one longer glass display case with a lot of rings in it. You see small, like, arms, weapons, armor, stuff like that, all locked into different glass cases. Very cramped as you're kind of making your way through the maze that is all of these magic items. And you see a tall, furbolg man standing on the far end behind the counter. Hey.
Yes, hello. We were about to set out on a dangerous journey, and we're looking for magical items that might help us along our way. Specifically, a dispel magic scroll, but I like what I'm seeing around here.
Okay. We have the scroll. Give me a minute. And he turns around and walks into the back. Then comes out with a scroll and sets it in front of you. It's nicely like wrapped in this fancy blue twine paper looks pristine. What else?
No rise, Bosh. I mean, are you interested in anything there is to offer? Something to help? I'm looking at perhaps some sort of something to boost my hardiness. Don't get hit so easily. Something more protection.
Sure. You want like a ring? You want some sweet bracers? You want a helmet?
Perhaps a ring. I do best without armor. Keeps me flowing.
You can do that. Just a second.
Just a second.
And he slowly walks into the back, comes out with a ring, and sets it on the countertop. Go ahead.
Would you happen to have something that would make me a little faster? I mean, I'm pretty fast, but it would always help to be faster.
Yeah. I can do that. Just a second. He goes to the back, and you see him come out with a pair of boots, and also set that on the counter next to the scroll and the ring. Anything else?
Looking around, is there like a morning star, or what kind of weapons are there?
There's all sorts of weapons in here. Seems like all of them are enchanted in one way or another. What are you looking for?
I want a morning star, because I have a feeling we're gonna fight something a little bit tougher than what a rapier can do.
You know you don't get sneak attack on a morning star, right?
Oh, for real? So, what kind of weapons would you get sneak attack on? Is it?
I think it is light and finesse are the two properties that work for sneak attack.
Okay, never mind.
Which I think the rapier is like the best one of them.
Okay.
Yeah, for close combat, it would be.
Flynn, do you think Thavo would want any kind of armor protection type thing from a magic shop?
No, not at all. Not at all. If you even try to like heal her, she'll freak out. If I gave her any spells that would enhance her magically, she would probably punch my face off.
Well, is there any type of, I don't know, anything that would help her with, like, give her advantage against magic stuff?
I mean, based on what I've seen, it seems as though she's kind of got that innately on some of it. I don't know. I think I'm just trying to slowly open her mind, and then hopefully one day I can make her fly. Imagine that. She's flying around, swinging a sword around like an angel of death.
Well, you may have to make sure she flies away from you, because I can imagine that would piss her off pretty bad.
Right, no, that's why I'm trying to open her mind. So that she's not like, oh, look, I can kill you! Next time she'll be like, yay! I imagine Thavo didn't come in here with us.
I feel like I walked in and tried to, and then I was like, got halfway through the store, I was like, nope, nope, nope. She tried to come in. She got halfway in the store.
I mean, did you see how long she stayed in here? I'm getting her.
Anything else?
Nice. You want to see? I don't know. You got any magically enhanced rapiers or finesse weapons for our friend here?
Yeah. Do you want it to just be stronger? Or do you want it to do something?
Well, what do you mean by do something? What do you got?
I got a lot of things.
Well, that's not very specific. Just stronger. Just that'll work.
Okay.
Now, how much would something
Be right
like
back.
that? Okay.
Suffers no Karens at all.
And he comes back out with a rapier. Sets it next to the boots, the ring, and the scroll. Go ahead.
And how much?
Sword run you about 20,000 gold pieces.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to pass on that one. Wait.
Okay. Is this it, or, anything else?
Well, anybody? Because I can't afford a single thing in here.
That is a lot more. There must be a great sword. Not a great sword, but a fantastic sword. What's the total for what we've got on the table now, besides the rapier?
Dispel magic, 9,000. The ring of protection, that one's 7. These boots of haste. 15,000. Swords of +2 rapier. It's 20,000.
Flynn, I believe I may be fast enough already.
Might just have to go with. Might just have to go with the scroll. I can do that one. But yeah, no, can't do them all. I don't know, Bosch, what do you think? Do you think that's... Is that more expensive than what I'm used to hearing?
The scroll is more expensive. That's the one that you would probably readily know off the top of your head that that's a pretty expensive spell scroll.
All these cases are locked, right?
Do you want to check and see if they're locked?
Sure. Sir, do you have a ring that, I don't know, makes me have a little bit more health? I don't know how to say that, and makes me a bit stronger in the back there.
I mean, this ring of protection would make you stronger.
But anything, like, better than that?
This is pretty much the best I have for protection.
Okay, do you have, a jacket back there that, looks pretty good?
No. I'm not a tailor.
I don't know, what kind of armor do you have back there? Do you have something for someone like me? Smaller, light, good?
Well, if you can't afford the rapier, what can you afford?
Nothing, I guess. Never mind.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So you just want the scroll?
Is there any sort of a trade that we can work out, or an arrangement, some sort of a pay-as-you-go situation? I realise it's probably rare. Just not used to seeing them so high.
It's hard to get magic out here. High demand, high prices.
Makes sense.
No, We don't have a credit system here at All the Magic.
Okay. Well, let me just go and see how much I've got in my savings and might be back.
Is there anything that you need done that maybe we could do for you, like some odd jobs or something, to maybe pay for it?
I mean, if you have magic items, could trade for those.
Well, I don't have many of those.
I'm using all the ones I've got right now, I think. Well, we are going into a dangerous cave. Could come back with stuff, but that would be a discussion for the future. Let me just see what I've got in my savings, and then I might come back. But thank you for your time. We know how much they are, so it gives me something to think about.
Okay. He picks up all the things and takes them to the back.
Sam, how much of this bag of holding is accurate?
I mean, I don't remember how much money I gave you guys. I think one of you wrote that down, but
Yeah, I've got all the money, but now I'm seeing the diamonds here.
yeah, I have 600, 800 worth of diamonds. I have a prevent death necklace, but it was a one-time use. I have some nice ores and skipping rocks. That flask that's never ending. A greater potion, sugar cubes. You guys threw out the spectre tum and vampire arm.
We left our armor and weapons with her, right?
I think you left them on her at the church in the other timeline.
I can get the scroll. I've got almost 10,000 when I add everything up. Not including the diamonds. I got a little bit more then. But that's still pretty pricey.
I think Pharaoh had like a ridiculous amount of money. I think she had like 7,000 gold or something, too. So you guys would have had that in the bag of holding. I was trying to find it. I can't remember where I messaged it to you guys.
I
Bill
wrote it
gave you a
down.
big
I wrote
bag
it
of gold.
down. It was in the. I got it separated. It was like 5,700 something.
Oh, I found it. It was 5,331 gold.
Yeah, and I added onto that with the gambling.
Bill gave you a big bag of money before he left as well, because he was just going to go chill with the druids.
Oh, how much was in that? I didn't add that into it.
After our spending spree on all the bean juice, it was just over $5,100 or gold.
Well then, let me add that in there. I forgot about that one. Yeah, I'd have all that extra stuff in the bag of holding. I still got a lot on my person, but I'm keeping it separate, keeping half and half roughly. Basically gonna shop around and find one cheaper, and if not, I might come back and get that scroll. That's my plan.
Mega charisma check.
Inspiration. Fuck you.
You find a couple more of them. They're all about the same price. One person seems a little bit more desperate to get rid of the magic item, so they say they cut you a deal for like 8,500.
course, I don't suppose you have any spells that require the use of diamonds.
No. No, I think that's mostly like a religious thing.
How often have you been around the need of... I'm thinking I'll just give them some diamonds to kind of offset the gold.
What was your friend gonna use with the diamonds for anyway? Was it a special spell?
She was a cleric, so it probably would have been for some sort of a revivify or stop death. I don't know.
I mean, we may not have a cleric, but if one of us dies and we need to bring him back, that would help whatever temple we were able to get to bring him back.
Right, just in case they don't have them. This is why I talk things over. Keep the diamonds.
I mean, if we have to use them, we have to use them, but it seems like that could be very useful in the future, more so than a pile of gold.
I've been very modest about how much I've got in this bag. So I can get the scroll. Just trying to conserve too, because I don't want to blow all the money.
Well, it seems like the four of us are fairly able-bodied. We should be able to even hire out if we need to. Or I can go hunting and stuff, because people always have to eat.
If we succeed in this mission, we'll probably get a good sum of gold, and anyway, offset, it'd be okay. 8,500. Very well. Sold.
You now have a scroll of Dispel Magic for 8,500. Is there anything else you want to acquire in the shopping trip?
No. How long does it take to copy down a scroll? I don't remember.
It's level 3, so it'll take you however many hours and like 300 gold in materials, I think. We can figure that out while we're on a break. We're gonna take a quick break, and then we'll be back.
Woo!
While we figure out how to copy spells over. Okay, thanks, bye. YouTube. Oh, Have that sorted out. We're back on the internet. The internet's back, everybody. Watch yourself.
Hello, internet.
The internet. What is it? What is it made of?
It's Al Gore's rhythm.
Series of tubes.
It's an algorithm.
Al Gore's rhythm.
You guys are silly.
We're clever.
Flynn, you have a Dispel Magic Scroll. You need 6 hours to learn it. Where do we go from here?
So after I get that, I'll be like, alright, so I can either save this for a one-time use and we can get going quickly, or we can take the day. Well, hold on. Never mind. We can do it on the journey. Let's go
Yeah,
get
we
some
have-
food. Get some food.
We have that cart now.
That sweet sunroof cart.
Unless, Narayas, you found a buyer.
No, not yet. We can use it. Who knows? Maybe we'll find something really, really, really nice in this dungeon and we can store it in this little trailer of ours.
Yeah. Father, did you want to get a spell scroll or like a magic robe?
It what?
Just kidding.
About to say I like this one spell. That's about it.
You know, you like rocks so much. I once heard a story of this magician that used to imbue rocks with magical damage and just throw them at people. How'd you like that?
I mean, I think I can just throw a rock at somebody and kill them just fine on my own.
Imagine if it exploded fire or something, though.
Why?
To burn them.
That's a rock. If I wanted to burn them, I'd use a fire.
Imagine a fire rock from a distance.
Wouldn't that be
And-
just lava?
An asteroid.
A miniature asteroid coming at you from the muscular arms of a half-orc barbarian lady.
I mean, that's not as scary as me just screaming in their face and slashing down a big piece of metal at them. If I
But
saw
it's
a rock
more
coming
fun.
at me, I'd be like, oh, it's a rock. Oh. If I saw
That's how
some...
you get them, though. That's how you get them. They think,
Oh.
no big deal, and then all of a sudden they got a hole in their chest and they're burning.
I mean, that sounds very deceitful. I like to be pretty honest when I kill people.
Honest killings. I respect it. Tell me where
Oh.
honor comes from. What the
My family was murdered by rocks. No! An old lady runs away from your group as you're talking about this in the streets.
See, magic rocks are horrible. Look what it did to that lady and her family.
You're right. Your giant sword and scary face are way more peaceful.
I'm sorry, a giant half-orc woman didn't go and murder her family. Magical rocks did.
She's probably just processing it the wrong way.
As the DM slowly regresses Thavo's progression.
All right. Do we need anything else before we head out? We're good to head out today, or do we want to take a day and go out in the morning?
Up to you guys. I really, I think I have everything I need.
Yeah, I'm all set as well.
All right. To the Tomb of Terrors, then.
Whores.
What?
Whores.
The Tomb of Halls? Well, that sounds better. To the Tomb of Halls! Good thing I've still got money.
No, Bosch. Don't worry about it. So you all get your sunroof wagon, hitch your horses to it, and begin on your journey towards the island.
I take a big old nap inside the wagon.
In which Narias takes a big old nap inside of.
Double rested.
The trek's uneventful. Takes about 3 weeks to get to the coast. Having to, with a wagon, wrap around the entire mountain range and then progress northeast takes you quite a while. But, Flynn, you copy down your Dispel Magic. Over that time, you all snack. If you wanted to explain alternate dimensions to Narias, you could at any point.
So, imagine your life here. And then imagine another life where you are existing somewhere else, but slightly different. Maybe you're not a rogue, maybe you're just a simple merchant. And everyone you know is there too, but they're just in slightly different places, and maybe you don't know them in this other timeline. Maybe they're just over in the other city, working in a store, you know? Imagine that. And they all exist, somehow.
I'm imagining it. So, where does this exist? Where?
Everywhere. But you are only in one. As yourself.
Okay. Alright.
Yeah. And if someone messes with that, sends you back in time, you are here. You used to be there, now you're here. And you see all these people that you once knew, but they don't know you. And they're not where they're supposed to be either.
And is this what happened to you guys? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Or why are you
that's
bringing
what
this?
happened to
Okay.
That's what happened to us. I just didn't want you to freak out and think we were mad.
My mind's blown. Are you sure? What? Are you sure you haven't touched any mushrooms at all?
Not lately. But we didn't know Bosch beforehand.
So you are from an alternate reality, from forward in time or backward in time?
I think forward in time. Or,
so right now is the past for you.
Technically, but we're going about it in a different scenario. And it's alternate, so it's not exactly the same.
And is Bosch... Where does Bosch fit in? Did you meet him in this reality?
Yeah, he got transferred with us for some reason. He's the only one that we've met that remembers a different time that's not related to our mission. It's very strange.
And how are you traveling in between the realities? Can you go back, or are you stuck here forever?
It's what we're trying to learn. It's why we came here. Try to get more of those pieces. We don't know. See, we think these pieces we're after were acquired by someone who made a wish, which caused everything to warp. And we're trying to figure out if it can be undone, or if it's something we need to fix, because as far as we can tell, it's not necessarily been bad, it's just changed.
Oh. That... Okay. I'm gonna have to think on that as I slowly descend in the corner of the wagon.
And Norias has the appropriate reaction for anybody explaining alternate realities to them. The rest of the trip is casual. Decent weather. Relaxing to a standpoint. You almost get to a point to where you're comfortable on this third week of no instances, sleeping better. And you arrive at the coast. Kind of standing up on a cliff face before it drops down into sandy beaches in the northeast corner of Muthana. You see there's a pretty good span of water between the coastline and this island. Looking out over it, it seems to be a more mountainous island. Not so much covered with like palm trees and tropical, like one would think, but it seems to have a mountain standing kind of on one end of it, and the other end is smaller rolling hills and cliff sides and more of a rocky terrain. But the ocean is in front of you, and this island. And while you guys figure out how you're going to cross water and get to an island, we'll say that you read some notes that were handed to you about this tomb. The basic information is there, created by a wizard. It's kind of more of an ancient fairy tale, almost, for adventurers to find this tomb. You do see that nobody knows where the entrance is, so you might have to be on the hunt and try and find the actual entrance to this tomb on the island. But outside of that, you're on the coast, looking at an island, across some water.
Is this a story that Flynn would have been familiar with in his magic studies, or do they ever mention the name of the wizard?
Just roll an intelligence check for me. There is a bit of information that you recognize about this. Let me get all my handouts out. As far as who created it, a name comes to mind, Akarak.
Akrak or Akarak?
Akarak. It is A-C-E-R... E-R-E-R-A-K. From what you know in your studies of Akarak with A14 is that he was a mage that wanted to be a lich. Just to live forever, and accumulated way too much wealth, magical items in what this, quote, Tomb of Horrors is, to conduct this ritual to turn him into a full-blown lich and have everlasting life. That's what you know about him.
I'm just gonna look up from those notes and think and be like, just gonna look at that though. It's gonna be fun. Well, how far away is the island from the coast where we are? Good. How long do you suppose it take to swim to Europe?
It's pretty far. Looking over there, you see that at probably the closest point, which is a little ways down the coast from you, it might be like a good half mile. It would be a decent swim. For those of you not as athletic, might have a hard time.
Can we look down the coast to see if there's any sort of little fishing villages or docks or anything in the area?
You can make a perception check, or an investigation, rather. An investigation check to see if you can locate something like that. The
A lot of
ocean.
sixes today.
The ocean on the north side of Muthana is a little bit more aggressive and seems to have pretty aggressive, like, high tides. You're having a hard time finding any signs of tracks or people that would fish or work out of this coast. Not to say that there's not one, but you don't really have an idea to go off of, like, for direction or where anybody would be.
I mean, I can get us. I can get me over there. I just don't know how the three of you feel about trying to swim across this.
I mean, I can try to swim. Can I put my sword in the bag of holding? I feel like that's pretty heavy to swim with.
Yeah, of course.
Maybe if we could find a downed tree or something, we could all use it to float and maybe swim together to give us a little bit of a help getting across. I mean, I think I should be okay. I don't know.
Are there any trees about?
There are plenty of trees around you, Flynn. Not any just like loose logs sitting on the ground, but there are full trees.
What do you think, Thavo Bosch? Arias? Should we try to construct some sort of a makeshift raft? How are we feeling? I can just fly across, but I don't have the capability to do that with anyone but myself.
We could create like a raft and then put a rope around you, and then you can kind of help us get across, and then some of us can paddle.
It doesn't necessarily make me stronger. If anything, I'll just be floating while you take me with you.
Just a little Flynn balloon. Yeah, let's cut down a couple trees and we'll lash them together to help us across.
Alright, let's do this.
Okay. Cutting down a bunch of trees. I need all of you to make nature checks.
Nature check to cut down a tree could not be like athletics, so like really like go rah.
This is not for just cutting down the tree.
Okay, so let's try.
Nereus really carries the rest of you, pointing out which trees would float better than others, and more of the process of raft making that none of you seem to be able to figure out at this moment. Throughout the rest of the day, closer to the evening hours, you do get a raft put together. It is the most janky looking raft that anyone has ever seen. Every time you set it in the water, all the tree bases that you have tied together begin to like drift apart and create holes. It's almost like a like a rope ladder, but on the water now. But it's floating.
I think that's the best we're gonna get, you guys.
Well, what are we gonna name it? Gotta name it something. It isn't gonna float unless we name it.
Right, they do say that. How about,
Titanic, the unsinkable raft.
That seems like a bad idea.
what about an undying ambition? Yeah, that's what it took to make it. That's what it'll take to make it float.
Undying ambition. I like it. We'll use it. I take out my dagger and I carve undying ambition into one of the logs.
Yeah, so one of the logs is now named this not the best raft made in the wilderness.
Alright, it's done. Let's go. We gotta get into the water.
I think maybe it's like a first thing in the morning type of thing.
Oh. Okay.
I mean, it's getting dark. And I could use some nap.
Flynn just falls over.
I've not been this physical since physical education courses when I was but 7.
We can rest, I guess. I guess I go back to my spot in the wagon.
Okay.
Where all my crumbs are from food.
You go and sit in your corner of the wagon next to the coast. The rest of you do take your evening's rest, watching this horrible raft just kind of like bob in the ocean as the tide comes in and begins to pick up half of it.
Should we get that out of the... What, is it tied to something? We make sure it's tied to something or get it out of the water. If it's not there in the morning, I'm gonna die.
It was...
Oh!
Is there a tree or a rock or something we could tie it to?
Yeah, you mount it to where it's not going to disappear. You pull it in as far as you can, but this raft is very heavy.
Have a power on those ropes, make sure they won't snap. I can't tell you if we've got to do that again. I'm going home.
I will make sure it is secured.
This horrible raft is secured and remains as all of you find rest. Easy to fall asleep with how much physical work you did that day building a raft out of logs. And it's kind of soothing just hearing the sound of the ocean and not being under a threat of something horrible. All of you wake up the next day. Your terrible raft is still there. About 10 feet off where the actual ocean line is, as the tide has gone back down. But you are all up and ready to test your great creation out. So how are we floating? Is there a plan to it, or y'all just hopping on a raft and hoping it carries you to the island?
I should get it on first since I'm the heaviest, just to see if it can hold me.
Think that maybe we should try to make a steering apparatus or something? The tide seems to be pretty strong.
Yeah, we need some oars.
Something like that.
Flynn, can't you be our steering apparatus? You'll just, you'll be our Flynn balloon.
As I tried to explain yesterday, me flying and pulling it's not going to make it budge. Because I'm still this size.
Finn weighs about 60 pounds. I doubt he'll move the very heavy raft.
60? Oh, £41, thank you. Just look at my stomach.
Now you're self-conscious for the remainder of the day. And somebody think you were 60 pounds.
Disadvantage on self-esteem checks. I figured I'd kind of hang on to the side of the raft and paddle with my feet. I think I could help us propel us a little bit.
Are there any leftover log pieces that look big enough that can be used as an oar?
There's some there that could be shaped. Some of your remnants of logs that you didn't want to use because they were a little bit rotted to a point to where they probably weren't going to float. You could break them up and create an oar out of a log.
Yeah, we could try to make those logs into oars if it doesn't take too long.
Yeah, let's
And then
make
you'll-
one for each of us so the load is spread amongst us.
Who is taking charge on oar making?
I'll eat a coffee bean and give me some like energy to really go out those oars.
I think I should probably do this, Davo.
I'll assist then. I'll just take a coffee bean and do what I'm told.
Yeah, we got the brains and the brawn over there knowing about wood, and I'm gonna have breakfast.
Alright, make me something too. I'm kinda hungry.
I'll assist Finn
Alright.
with breakfast.
I just pull out another ration and set it aside.
Okay.
His food is prepared.
Yeah. So you and Bosch, Flynn, step over to the side and pull your rations out and eat that and set one aside for Nereus when he's done. Thavo and Nereus, you begin work on oars. Both of you can roll. Let me see what I want you to roll here. Let's make this one survival. So both
survival check.
both of you can roll survival, or one of you with advantage. Okay.
Hot dice.
So Nereus knows how to make an oar, and is explaining how to do this to you, Thavo, as you are just smashing into these logs trying to create oars. Out of this log that you have ready, you create 2 oars that are functioning. Your accuracy with the axe and where you're chopping is a little off center and breaks some of them. But you get 2 of them out of the log.
So, Darius, since you're really good at this, can you like get one of these big leaves and make like a tiny little lifeboat with a tiny little oar, just in case this doesn't work, so Kiwi has to get away?
Sure.
How
Yeah.
long has it taken for the oars to be made?
For like 2 hours. Still in the morning time, not quite to the afternoon, but 2 hours of aggressively chopping wood.
Right, well, just so long as it don't take too long, we do need to be going soon.
I guess I quickly make a little leaf raft and get a little stick with another little leaf on it to make an oar. Just for a little baby mouse.
That does not require a roll. It's pretty easy for you to do based on the past 2 in leading raft crafting and oar building. You have it. You have the tiniest leaf boat and leaf oar.
Thavo, here you go. You said you wanted this?
I go. I'll explain to Kiwi. It's a tiny little boat, just in case you need it. And then
Cool.
Flynn,
Called
You-
Kiwi's Refuge.
yes, Kiwi's refuge. And then, I can't believe I'm gonna say this, Flynn. If you need to use magic to save Kiwi, not me, you may use magic to save Kiwi.
Got ya.
It's a tiny little mouse balloon that floats off in the distance to the little boat.
And I walk over to Flynn, take my cold ration that he didn't even prepare for me, and eat it.
And you have your breakfast as well a couple hours later, but you all are ready to take this raft across the half-mile stretch of ocean.
Oh, alright everybody, we ready? We got what we need?
Set
We should-
sails.
We should probably, like, tie up our horses or whatever. Put them on a pretty loose leash so we can let them eat or whatever.
Oh yeah, they're good over there.
Goodbye, wee.
So, what's the process of boarding the raft and getting across? What are you all doing?
Just gonna
Imagine-
jump up there and try to help them up, I guess.
I imagine since I'm
Especially-
the heaviest, maybe to try to get on. When I get on, I want to try to lay as flat as possible on it to be like an even weight distribution.
Figured we'd have to carry it out about Favo's waist high before we all start climbing on.
Okay.
So,
If we're
about as
doing
tall
that,
as
I'm getting
Flynn.
on immediately.
Yeah, we need to get Flynn on there.
And go.
I'll just be a Thavo ladder.
So everybody's hopping on in the water as Thavo's kind of taking it out into the ocean, waiting till about waist high. Everybody's on. It's holding together. You getting on, Thavo?
I will try to get on as easy and smooth as possible. It's like when you flip a kayak or canoe, you just gotta be real gentle about it.
Okay. You kind of slide up onto the raft, sinking one side as all of your weight kind of gets on one of the logs. It goes under the water, and you distribute weight a little bit. Some of the logs are drifting a little bit, but you guys are now floating in the ocean, and you have 2 oars.
Alright, Thavo, me and you, oars, let's get it going.
And we start paddling.
Both of you make athletics checks. Pretty good rolls overall.
Mine's doing the 2 numbers thingy again. I don't know why. I thought we changed that.
Are you set on advantage?
Oh, I am. Okay, well that's probably why I got everything so high. So, probably it's a doo-doo raft.
If it's on advantage, we just take the first number to the left.
Yeah, so you got a 13.
Sick.
So that's the first die. The oar's holding up. The raft is holding up. And all of you are out into the water as you're paddling and making progress towards the island. Now I need all 4 of you to make acrobatics checks. As these logs are held together, but there's a lot of rotation going on. Arias just made the DC. The logs are turning and swaying back and forth, and you're trying to like keep balance while also rowing with these not the best made oars. You don't fall in. A little while later, drifting, getting caught in some different tides and currents of the ocean, end up on the eastern side of the island, kind of catching this little dongle over here. You all have made it to the island, which, by rumor, holds the Tomb of Horrors. The island itself, like I said, is very rocky. There's not a lot of foliage, trees, anything like that on this island. The further in that you go, it turns almost more into gravel, like small bits of rock make up the ground. Not the most comfortable to walk on and have sure footing. You end up sliding down slight hills and stuff like that occasionally, walking around the island. On the opposite side of where you all docked your terrible raft, there is a moderate-sized mountain range. 3 or 4 different peaks kind of look over in your direction. As you see, there are smaller mountains and cliff sides also in that area. But there are 3 main peaks of the mountain range out there.
I suppose let's make our way to those mountain ranges. See if we can't find the entrance.
Like finding a needle in the haystack.
Yeah.
Itty bitty entrance in an entire mountain range.
Assuming it's in the mountain range and not just on the ground somewhere, but seems like a wizard with an ego probably want to do something a little bit more snazzy.
So, what about the tallest mountain? We go search that one. He has a big ego.
Well, he might. He may not. I don't really know him. I just know he kind of wanted immortality and stuff.
DM, is there any plant or animal life on the island?
Make a perception check. Or investigation, whichever one is better. Depending on if you're looking for tracks or just to, like, actually spot wildlife.
Just to actually spot anything.
With your perception check. Looking around the island. Nothing. It's kind of like a wasteland, almost like the opposite of the Feywild where you're from. It seems very vacant of any sort of life. Very harsh living conditions, surrounded by salt water and rocky terrain. Not a lot living here.
If you guys want, I can cast my detect magic spell. So I imagine the entrance is probably hidden magically. Might take us a little longer because I'll have to stop and recast it every 10 minutes, you know. Or we could wait until we get to the mountain range.
Whatever you want to do, it's your spell.
How much of a range do you have with that spell?
It's a little limited. It can only do 30 feet around me. So it's still a needle in a haystack, but it's a slightly smaller haystack. and I can do it as a ritual, so I can do it as many times as I want to. Just takes more time.
Well, if we do think this wizard could be in the mountain range, we could wait. It's just we might miss something on the way up that could tell us a little bit more about it.
Well, let's just keep our eyes open. If there's some sort of trail or symbol, we can spot it. If we don't see anything that looks funny before we get to the mountain range, we'll start using magic when we get to the mountain range.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay. So y'all begin walking towards the mountain range. Probably about like a half day's walk to get to where the mountains and cliff sides start. To climb those, it'll probably take the rest of the day, slowing your travel a lot to even get to the large mountains. Everybody make a perception check.
Can I use my, like, I guess, I'm not sure. Put it up real quick. If I get, like, a bonus or anything to this? If I can see, like, a mile away?
Oh yeah, you've got your new fancy magic, no magic eyes.
I mean, they're just my eyes.
Yeah,
I can just see really good now.
very far, a mile away. It's normal evolution.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it just allows you to see a lot farther, so it adds that
Okay.
to your perception, is that you can see farther. Which...
Okay. I see everything.
Okay. Overall high rolls. Narias, Bosch, and Flynn. There's exactly that. A lot of rocks. Nothing just jumps out at you as you are progressing. Getting to the cliffside and beginning to kind of move up to get a higher vantage point. Yeah, you rolled too low to see anything. Bosch with a 22. As you get up on the cliffside. Out of this entire island, there's not a whole lot of interesting things to look at. There's not a big sign that says, hey, Tomb of Horrors here. But kind of getting up on this vantage point, this side of the mountain range, it looks like an island. You don't see anything like jutting out on the eastern side of the island that stands out to you as a point of interest. Seems to be a very desolate island of rock.
I'm not seeing anything over here at all that could lead us anywhere. It's just a bunch of rock.
Well, let's try some magic then. I'll sit down and start setting up a ritual casting for detect magic. Take about 10 minutes to do.
Yeah. So you take some time to ritually cast detect magic. You finish up the spell. You pick up on all the magic that is your party and you. And there's an interesting magic that kind of just permeates the air all around you. Like, all of the radius of this, no matter where you walk, this magic exists. It is very reminiscent of the magic of the Scaladorth or the line ghost. It's this unusual combination of everything.
At any point, does it feel like it's originating from a certain direction, or is it evenly dispersed?
From where you're at right now, kind of on a cliff face looking out over the eastern side, it seems evenly dispersed. There's no, like, more aggressive magic location at the moment.
I can feel the power of the Scaladorth. Can't pinpoint its origin. Perhaps if we just keep... Maybe we go back down. Feel it stronger. Might be able to lead us to the right direction. I'll start moving towards the ground level. And then, unless someone has another idea, that's my plan, to keep walking around every 10 minutes and then take another 10 minutes to recast a spell and walk around for another 10 minutes. That's what Flint's got for the time being, until he can sense a different magic, or if it's getting stronger in a certain direction.
Yeah. Anybody else have a plan, or is that what we're doing?
I guess while he's doing that, just look around like we were doing.
Okay.
I'll stick close to Flynn for when he's doing his little ritual, just so he's not unguarded.
Sure. Flynn, roll an Arcana check for me. Okay. Doing this over and over again for the next 2 days. Slowly making your way around the city, repeatedly ritual casting. You finally find a spot that seems like it has more energy in it. On the western side of the island behind the mountain range. You all get over there. Bosch and Arias keeping an eye out for anything interesting. All of you come to a hill, like this low, flat-topped hill. When you start picking up on increased magic, like the energy of the Scaladorth is a little bit stronger in this area. This hill itself is about 200 yards wide, 300 yards long, and 60 feet high. You see it is covered in these small black rocks all around the base of it, and for the first time on this island, you actually see that there is vegetation on this mound. You see these long vines of thorn kind of weaving through the gravelly black rocks. But you're left in front of this, once again, large, flat-topped hill that's decently sized. It's just made of rock, but you feel like this is the most interesting thing on the island so far.
Is there like a seam on top of it that I could look for? A seam in the rock?
You want to walk up it and see if there's a...
I don't know. Guys, I have PTSD from the explosion. I think I might just leave this one to you guys.
Well, I don't sense any other magic but the Scaladorth magic, do I?
Nope, just the Scaladorth magic. It's just stronger in this area.
I don't sense any destruction magic or illusion or anything like that, so I don't know. If it is trapped, it's not magically.
Okay.
I think we all maybe just spread out and work our way around this thing until we find a door.
Not the
Check
plan?
the walls, check the ground around. Make sure there's no sinkholes.
Make sure there's no tramps.
Okay. All of you, make investigation checks as you walk around this 200 yard by 300 yard mound of rock. Nereus and Flynn kind of leading the way, and the other two of you just staring off into space looking at rocks. That's exactly what you find, is that the entirety of this hill, made of these black rocks and thorny vines, is just that. It's a very gravelly mound of rock. Probably takes you, let's say at that size, investigating it, probably takes you a good 2 hours to walk all the way around it. Flynn, you had a good investigation check. The backside of the mound, opposite of where you approached it, is probably the most interesting. All of it, you know, as is just a gravelly mound of rock. This backside is a little bit steeper. Like, it has more of an aggressive drop-off, where the other sides are more, like, sloped. It seems like the backside kind of does more of a dive. It's really the only thing you're getting out of this.
Does it dive into off into the ocean, or
No, it's centered in land. It's just a mound of black, gravelly rock covered in thorny vines. It's just got a steeper fall off than the other sides do.
Oi! I'm gonna slide down here and see what happens. I'm gonna cast Mage Armor on myself.
I'm gonna run around to him and just look. Be like, oh, alright. Be careful.
So you're sliding down this large mound, just on this side?
Yeah. How large are we talking?
I mean, it's 60 feet high of a mound. But you can slide down it.
Do I see the bottom?
Yeah, it runs into land. I mean, you would have to walk up the mound, because you guys were at the base of the mound and walked all the way around it, and noticed this one side is steeper.
I'm imagining this wrong.
You guys are essentially walking around a hill.
Yeah.
We didn't go up the hill?
No, you haven't gone up it yet. Nobody wanted to walk up it, so you've walked
Oh.
around it.
I want to go up there.
Okay, you climb up.
It's gotta be a way to get in this friggin' mound.
Do you climb up on the less steep of a decline side, or do you climb up the super steep side?
It's another, like, hour to walk around back to the other side.
Yep.
I don't know. Why is this side different? I'm climbing up the steep side.
Okay. Make an
This
athletics
isn't
check.
This isn't the type of detective work that Flynn studied for. Would you say athletics?
Mm-hmm.
Watch me.
I mean, you make it up there. It's 60 feet high, and it's on gravel, so it's a little bit of a precarious climb. But you use the thorny vines and make sure you don't stab yourself to death. But you make it to the top. As you kind of get to the top to where it levels out on the top of this large mound. Your feet sink a little bit in the loose gravel, the black rocks. You're on top of the mound.
Are you okay? Did everything go alright?
I'm pissed off, but yeah.
Alright, I'm coming up.
I'm gonna take you guys to this page, and I'm gonna help you understand what a mound is.
I'm sorry, I'm thinking of a really small mound. I'm not thinking of like a gigantic mountain.
Well, a football field is 100 yards.
Thinking like the Indian kind of mounds.
Well, yeah, so think a football field is 100 yards long. This hill is 200 yards wide and 300 yards long. So 2 football fields wide, 3 football fields long, and it is just black, gravelly rock covered in thorny vines.
Are you drawing? Because I don't see anything.
I haven't yet. I was re-explaining
Oh,
a
okay.
mound. That's a mound. This side here is very steep drop off. The rest of the sides are gradual increases, so you can kind of just walk up them. But this side over here that Flynn just climbed up is more steep. It's like a drop off. And it's just centered in land. There's a giant mound of black thorny rock on the ground.
And now Flynn, is he on top of it? Right? He just got up of it.
Yep. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna even get the tokens out.
This is like the thorny side, right? You said there's just a whole bunch of thorns.
There's thorns all over it. Just in general, there are
Okay.
thorns on this entire.
And rocks.
Black rocks. Black gravelly rocks.
What color?
I'm just gonna kill you all right now. You guys don't even need to get into the freaking Tomb of Horrors. You guys are dead on the outside. This is what we're looking at.
Okay, so
We're not gonna survive the Tomb of Horrors.
Alright, well, I rolled a 15 athletics check to climb up with Flynn, so...
Here, I'm gonna switch this to full screen so anybody that's watching can see how stupid this is. Okay, so you're rolling athletics. 15. Yeah, easy enough to, like, at a slow pace, climb this steep end of the mound itself. Using the vines to kind of pull yourself up and get footing. You make it to the top with Flynn.
It is I. I guess once I'm up here, Flynn, would you like to go look for an entrance around the top here?
I'd like to just find it. I'm tired of looking. But, yes.
Okay, well, let's go look, I guess. Guys, we're gonna go look. We'll be right back.
Just gonna look off the edge and then, like, look across. Stomp on my feet.
Yeah?
Does it feel like it's all, like an actual pile of gravel? Or is it gravel on top of a dirt mound? You know what I'm saying?
You want to see if it's covering something.
Yes, is it covering something or is this just a big pile of rocks?
From where you're at, on top of the mound, stomping and trying to find solid ground underneath the gravel. Can't find any. You get to, like, your head heights into this gravel mound.
So
Okay.
it's just a bunch of loose gravel piled on top.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that this is burying something. Which is ridiculous, because that's really big. Why would a mage do this? Magic is so much easier.
Can I take a second to look at the steep side to rustle around in there, see if there's something that's keeping the rocks from sliding off on this side?
Make an investigation check on this side. And move your token to where you're starting, because that is an important part of the Tomb of Horrors.
Oh no, what's happening?
Another 6.
With another 6, through your investigation, walking up and down this kind of like pushing gravel around, nothing reveals itself to you. I would say you probably spend another 2 hours just circling the mound, using loose bits of wood, anything that you can find, having an arrow, and just kind of like dragging it across the rocks, making movement on this mound. You don't find anything. And I would say around the same time, this would be when you, Flynn, have gotten to a point to where like the gravel is now surrounding you on all sides, and you're about like head deep into it, and starting to feel like if you keep digging, you might be buried in a bunch of gravel. That might not be the best thing. But you can keep digging if you want.
I'm just gonna climb out and sit and think.
Okay.
Then, if I were to thunder wave the gravel, would it be strong enough to throw all the gravel away and maybe see what's under it so we don't have to dig as much? You know magic a bit more than I do.
Possibly. Just make sure we are not in the vicinity. That's the one that, I mean, it's meant to push creatures back, so a good handful of rocks, I don't see why not.
Alright, well, get out of that hole. We'll find the most solid ground we can, and then we'll do it.
Alright.
Okay.
So, now I guess we try to find solid ground.
I mean, the only solid ground that you know of is outside of this mound, as it is made up of black, gravelly rocks and covered in thorny vines. So you can go stand on the outside of the mound and try to thunderwave onto it, or you just thunderwaving straight down and hoping you're going to find something.
I think we either go back down and thunderwave the flat side. Yeah, probably that. The other
Okay.
option doesn't sound as good. I don't even want to speak it.
Alright, well, I guess I'm going back down.
Okay.
I'm gonna start drinking out my whiskey.
Okay.
There's another athletics check.
Yeah, you make it down fine.
I'm down.
Flynn, are you staying up or are you going down?
Lynn, you better get off of there.
Alright.
I don't know what this will do.
Take a big old chug of that whiskey. Wow.
You made it. Yeah, you both make it down.
Alright, everybody, stand back. Are we ready? 3, 2, 1. And input level, I think it's a level 1 spell.
Yeah. If you want to put your token where you are casting this Thunderwave?
So I'm on the flat side. I'll just be right there and
Okay.
just shoot straight into it, I guess.
Roll a d20 for me on top of that.
Plugging my ears. This is gonna be loud.
Okay.
Did it go? Okay, yeah, it went. Sorry.
So you stand here for a second, cast Thunderwave as you kind of hold the rapier out and jab it into the rocks as all of you watch this portion of stone, this like 15-foot cube, as this cracking thunder kind of explodes out of the cavern and rocks shoot backwards in all of your directions. You have now blown a 15-foot section out of a 300-yard wall of rock, revealing more gravel.
Well, let me go look. Is there anything? So I go up there into the hole that I made. And I'm like looking around.
Oh, be careful it doesn't cave in on you.
So you blow out a section and it just essentially fills back in with gravel. It's just now it's maybe like 5 feet further back. The gravel has replaced the gravel that you have displaced.
Well, that was kind of a waste. I'm not sure what to do from this point.
Would our previous investigation checks covered the ground in front of the flat side of the mound?
Yeah, I would say so. For like anything standing out that was interesting, yeah.
Then I'm gonna walk to the mound and I'm gonna turn around. Is there another piece of mound, like as if someone parted a bunch of rocks?
With like previous investigation checks, this is pretty much like overall just smooth gravel. Like, just in the way that it is, it's smooth. Like, it fills in any holes that were created. You don't see a specific section that looks like it was ever moved. Like, if it was displaced, it would have filled back in. So there's no, like, lingering evidence of movement or people passing through this.
My only idea is to dig. I'm at a loss. Whatever magic is down there that would help me out is probably buried too far deep, or no, that's it. That's all I got.
I mean,
Don't understand why a mage is hiding shit under a giant pile of rocks.
what if you said you know how to dispel magic now? So what if you just try to dispel the mound?
It's not magical.
But what if it wants you to think it's not magical?
It's not how magic works. Magic is not a being.
A magical pile of rocks.
I wish it was a magical pile of rocks. I could deal with that. This is all physical. This is upsetting. This is upsetting all of my muscles. All 4 of my muscles.
Trey, while they're having this conversation, can I just take my short sword and just start working around the mound, just seeing if I can find anything actually buried in this rock?
Sure. Throw your token where you're starting and roll an investigation check. You spend 45 minutes stabbing into just gravel. As you kind of progress up that bottom side, just slowly, you stab into a point that, once the gravel is knocked loose, it and begins to fall down a tunnel. and leaves this small opening that looks like a crawl space.
I think I found something.
Let's go.
Okay, so all of you, like, looking in, since most of you have dark vision and some way to see in the dark, looking into, like, this small crawl space that Bosch has created. On the inside, you see that there is what looks to be a tunnel. It looks like the doorway is pretty tall, so you could clear out more of this gravel to make just a walking path, but that might take some work. It seems to be like a stone hallway. Looks very old, crudely made. You see a lot of, like, cobwebs and just, like, bits of dust that are collected on it. It's very grimy and dirty in there. But you all can clear out this path.
I'll start clearing it out, and I'd like to take a good-sized pocket full of smaller rocks to maybe use on some, well, if we find any traps or something like that further in.
Okay.
And I start looking for traps.
You can, yeah. Let's have Bosch, Flynn, Thavo do athletics to displace gravel, and Norris, you can make an investigation check. Okay, you guys really cleared out some gravel.
It wants me to die in the tomb.
I think that tops all my other rolls combined.
I think it does as
A
well.
bunch of sixes.
You all quickly, after being here for around about 5 hours, just kind of poking around and messing with this gravel and getting irritated, you are quick to jump on the finally finding something and just, like, displace all this rock as fast as possible and throw it out until you are left with a roughly made hallway. It goes in, let me look here. Yeah, this one goes in like 15 feet, and there is a double door on the back side. There is, like, looking at it from this angle, I would say, Norris, you are the one that notices this since you are doing the investigation. These seem to be very basic, like, wooden doors that seem to have a bit of, like, rot and decay to them, like they've been here for a long time. You're taking your rapier and kind of, like, clearing out cobwebs and dust as you're moving in. The doors itself have this latch on the door, like a 2x4 in the spot. Like, it just needs to be lifted up to unbar the door.
Right, well, here's the door. It's made of wood. It looks pretty old. And there's a latch. Do we want to open it yet, or what do we want to do?
Yeah, it's what we're here for, I think. How are you all feeling? I didn't really use any of my major magics, so I'm ready.
I'm gonna look for. Can I roll another investigation for traps, or is that? Can I intently look at the door?
I included that with your previous one.
Oh, okay.
So that's what you see. There was no, like, trap mechanisms or anything like that.
Alright, I hesitantly grab the latch and open it up. And kind of open the door a little bit and peek in.
As he's doing that, I'll just... Thavo, probably best to keep your silver handy.
Oh, I always have it on me.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Do you know there's ghosts here?
I don't. But I wouldn't be surprised. We're in a tomb of horrors.
Okay, so what's the marching order at this point? Like, are you all in the corridor with Norris, or are you in a specific order going into this?
I imagine I'm either third or fourth in line.
I'll be second if Norris is the one lifting the bar.
I imagine I'll probably be shoulder to shoulder with Flynn.
Okay, so the two of you are kind of like at the entrance of this door, and then there is Thavo and Narias up at the door. Narias, you lift the bar off the door and creak the door open. Thavo and Narias, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw as all the tiles, these crude stonework tiles, fall down on you.
I get advantage, because if it's a trap or spell I can see, I get advantage on dex.
Yeah, this would count. Roll with advantage. You just made the DC. You will take half damage. Narias, you did not. Narias, you take 27 points of bludgeoning damage. Thavo, you take, what's half of 27? 13 points of bludgeoning damage. As you, like, backpedal wildly, the ceiling's collapsing, and some of the stones are just, like, falling on your shoulders and head as you get out, bruised up. Narias, does that put you unconscious? Or are you still up?
No, I'm still up. I'm good.
Okay, so you're like right behind Thavo as all the stone slats are falling on you, and you are now like pinned in the ground. The top half of your torso is out from the collapse, but from the waist down you are pinned by very heavy stone slabs.
We'll start trying to lift those stone slabs up.
I'll immediately run up.
Gosh!
and-
That hurt! That was not expected whatsoever. Get this crap off me. My coat!
My coat. Save the
Go.
coat.
I'm going for, yeah, like as soon as the stones get lifted, I'll attempt to try to pull him from his arm, like pull him out by his armpits.
Okay. Yeah, so the stones are being lifted. Like, Thavo's trying to hold a bunch of these. Thavo, give me an athletics check.
I would like to chomp on a coffee bean to help with my adrenaline rush to save him.
And that cure wounds, that's on me, right?
Yeah, I run up and slap you and give you the 11 point.
Sick.
After a bit of time, it takes a while, as Thavo's having a hard time with these stone slabs that are extremely heavy. You do pull Narias out. You get 11 healing as Bosch and Flynn drag you out to the solid ground again.
Did that cave in the entryway?
Yeah, that whole entryway is caved in with those heavy slabs of rock.
I mean, that is I rolled an 8 plus, coffee bean.
I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to cave in all the work that we literally just did to clear out this walkway.
This wizard has absolutely no honor. If they're going to create something called a Tomb of Horrors, have the decency to let one pique the curiosity and let us in!
I mean, if they want
I kick a rock, I hurt my toe, and I drink some whiskey, and I walk out in a huff.
Makes sense. If they want us to see the holes, then they should let us get in first easily, and then make it hard to get out.
That's exactly what I'm trying to say.
You have no water.
As I brush all the dust, I see all the freaking scratches on my coat, and I just start to break down with exhaustion.
What time is it? How long have we been?
We've been here for like 12 hours.
It's probably like dinner time. This is your third day on the island where the Tomb of Horrors exists, and you finally found an entrance and it's just caved in. Now at about, like 5, 6 o'clock in the evening.
Every minute in real life is like a century on this island.
Maybe tonight we just work on trying to clear it out. We rest here, and then we go in the morning. Feel like we need a mental break.
I need 7 of them. I thought I was doing good.
Is that the plan? To try and clear this out for the rest of the evening and then take a rest?
Yeah.
Okay. Whoever's trying to clear out, make athletics checks to move these very heavy stone slabs.
We're all tired.
I mean, I'll try it, but at some point I'll try to lend some arms. I've got this big rock here, you guys.
Yeah, all of you together are working to clear this out. By evening time, the fire is being set up by Flynn as he's ran out of medium-sized rocks to pick up and move away. So he's setting up the fire for camp, and you all do clear the entrance, and that wooden door is now broken in places because of the roof collapse, but the door is there in front of you. Thavo, actually all 3 of you, just go ahead and give me a perception check. You can all see it in the dark, so. Once you clear this out and get a good look at the doors, seeing through where the doors have been broken, you don't see a hallway or anything. You see mechanical pieces that are all tied, and you see like what the remnants of the trap that released all of the ceiling tiles on you. This seems to be like a closet that is holding this specific trap.
I take off my hat and I scream into it.
I am so unlucky when it comes to these traps. I have looked and looked and looked, and I have triggered every single one of them that we have ran by.
This group has a bad history with rogues.
yeah.
Well, this may not be the right way, but obviously we're on the right path. If you don't put a fake entrance to somewhere, that's not unimportant.
So this gear closet, it's just
So we
filled-
literally just cleared this out again for it to be a fake entrance, and it's just a freaking closet.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's filled with metalworking components, like a tinkerer had put this together to release the roof when the door was open.
Can I go
I
in
mean,
there
I
and
respect
start
the-
to like salvage some of the pieces of all that crap in there, like all the metal?
You can, yeah.
Sick.
Welcome to the Tomb of Horrors.
As an innate tinkerer, recently I do respect the craftsmanship, but it's just nonsense that we come. Let us in! Just let us in and kill us like a proper wizard!
And with frustration and exhaustion building, Nereus, you come away with like 10 pounds of just scrap metal that was holding this together. It's pretty heavy. You could take a lot more out of this, but at a point it's just going to weigh you down. So you take some shiny bits, things that look like they might be hard to make that you could resell for a decent amount. And you all gather around the fire for your dinner times, unless there's something else, Thavo.
Yeah, are the gears like in this closet? Like, are there like little holes to where you can see they go off into like places behind the closet or something like that?
Make an investigation check. No. This is an isolated mechanism. You go in and they're like mounted to the floor and the ceiling. It's kind of like if you think about like if you were to open up a grandfather clock, like all the pieces are just there. That's what this closet is. It's just this isolated trap built into this room.
Okay.
And with that, you all settle down around the campfire. Have yourself some rations as you prepare for the 4th day of Tomb of Horrors Island. We'll take our second break there. We'll be back and pick up and see if you guys can even get in here before the end of the session.
Tomb of Horror Island. That's worst reality show ever.
I need more tea.
Hey, YouTube, we'll be back.
Like and subscribe down here.
Lick and describe.
I think my fighter's name was Talia or something weird. I just thought it was cool because it was like suffering in Greek.
Or like I always use like Greek and Latin for my character names.
Hey, we're
Yeah.
back on YouTube.
Hi, Tim.
So, back where we left off. You all take a long rest. Wake up the
Pain.
following morning,
Pain is all I know.
looking at the large 300-yard long wall of loose gravel. Now with one section caved in.
I feel like we leveled up from all that, manual labor we've done the past few days.
Big strong.
Okay, so clockwise or counterclockwise?
I guess 2 go clockwise, 2 go counterclockwise, eh? Or do we all want to stick together?
Well, what if this is like the back end closet, and then we just go to the other side of the mound, and there's just like a door there?
No, too much thinking. That's what's got us into this pickle. We do the simplest thing.
Okay, so we all go together clockwise.
Love it.
Here we go.
Everyone get your daggers and swords out. Start stabbing the rocks.
My poor rapier.
I've literally got no other ideas.
My rapier is gonna be so dull by the end of this.
No, you just sharpen it along the rocks as you're poking them. That's how weapons work, right? I usually just do this to spread butter on my toast.
This is the nicer side of the mound, right, to climb up?
That's the more gradual side, yes. That's the not as steep side, like the one that you were on is more steep. The rest of the sides, the other like 3 sides of this, are more gradual in their incline. The side that you found the trap closet on is the steep side.
Okay, I'm gonna go to this side, and I'm just gonna start kind of going in the middle and going up. And then I'll go up here, and then I'll go in a circular motion.
You're wasting a lot of time doing that.
We were just up there, Thavo. We didn't find anything. Flynn dug like 4 feet down. He couldn't find anything.
It was too. Almost couldn't get out.
Still gonna try.
So the 3 of you are going clockwise from where you were?
Yeah.
Okay. All 4 of you give me investigation checks.
Please be high. Oh, that means I rolled a 1.
Okay. Thavo up top? You don't find anything. Just a lot of gravel, and you're just kind of stabbing into it and walking around trying to find anything. The rest of you just keep on poking along, slowly moving, stabbing weapons into piles of gravel. Until Flynn, getting about halfway up this side, about 150 yards up this side, maybe an hour later, you poke one section, and just like the previous one, it begins to almost like whirlpool in, like whoosh, funneling out as another doorway presents itself to you.
All right. What's the roof look like?
Okay.
What does it look like? The same? Does it look like it's going to smash us?
Make an investigation check. The roof looks pretty stable. Thavo is still up top. Are you going to get Thavo?
Not yet. That's not where my mind is.
Okay.
Making sure this isn't a trap.
So, on the center passage, You walk through. For you, you can just walk through this. Everybody else would have to kind of duck down and walk through. It's a pretty short passage into a more open hallway. Kind of getting a glance inside Flynn. Bright, brilliant colors are to be seen everywhere. The stones and pigments undimmed by the passage of decades. The floor of the corridor is a colorful mosaic of stone with a distinct winding path of red tiles about 2 feet wide, snaking its way south down the corridor. No stonework can be seen on the walls or the ceilings that go 20 feet above you. It seems some sort of cement or plaster has been smoothed over all of the surfaces and then drawn on. These drawings show fields of kine grazing, a corpse with several wolves in the background, workers of various races, and strange human-animal mixtures, pig-human, ape-human, dog-human, going about various tasks. The frescoes show some rooms of some building, a library filled with many books and scrolls, the door of a torture chamber, and a wizard's workroom. There are chairs, windows, boxes, bales, doors, chests, birds, bats, spiders, and all manner of things shown on the walls.
Are me and Bosch, are we in there, or did Flynn just find it and go in without telling anybody?
Flynn's kind of peeking his head into it, and this is what he is able to see from the doorway.
Is that everything?
That's all of it.
Poke my head back out. I think this is the one. It's a lot of stuff. Way more detailed than the other place. Gives me a good feeling. Mostly. I'm going to start casting Detect Magic. If one of you wants to go get Thavo, it should take me about 10 minutes to complete.
I'll start making my way up to Thabo.
Okay. You're casting Detect Magic.
Kind of defend Flynn for a little bit while he's doing that.
Okay. Kobashi, you go up, grab Thavo. Thavo, you're informed that you guys have found a passageway that seems better than the previous.
Oh, I'm walking back with Bosch to the entrance. I'm like, look at all these cool rocks I found. And put some in my pocket.
Nice. You really, really do like those rocks.
I mean, we'll see what kind of scratches they get in my pocket.
So, what makes the scratches? Is that like a deity or something?
I mean, I'm not quite sure. I mean, my dad is very religious. And that's kind of like where he got these rocks. I listened to like the lady who tells all the stories in my area or my village, and she gave me like some rocks to keep on to get scratches on. I got some feathers and these bones.
Oh, neat. A friend of mine gave me something similar. He'll pull out a little woodpecker skull that's completely silvered. Yeah, this is my tree friend. She gave it to me. She taught me how to be a ranger. Really.
That is the coolest thing. I'd say it's probably like that big of a specimen. But say, keep that on you. That's gonna make sure you don't get any ghosts that jump inside your body, stuff like that.
Have you seen that happen?
Silver helps ghosts not jump into your body. I'd say they can sometimes jump in your body and just act like they're you when you're not really you.
It's
Jug.
Jug.
Silver prevents it.
That's kind of weird.
I'm right. That's why you always keep silver on you, because that's weird.
Okay.
Flynn, you have 60-foot dark vision?
Yes.
What's everybody's dark vision?
60 feet.
I want to say 150 now.
Lava?
60 and dim, darkness. I don't know with my eagle sight if that helps a little bit, because of my eagle sight, dim light doesn't take disadvantage.
Can you put up your eagle sight again so I can read both of them? Okay. So essentially, like, you can see for 60 feet in darkness. If the lights are dim, then you can see up to a mile. But your dark vision does only go for 60 feet. Did you say 120, Bosch?
150.
Getting your token set up here. Not what I wanted. Okay. So you all meet back at the crawl space that leads you into this hallway that Flynn has described to you in a lot of words. You cast Detect Magic. You have Detect Magic up. What are you guys doing?
So let's approach with caution. Watch out for traps. I've got this up for 10 minutes, so if I sense anything, I should be able to know it. You ready?
Well, do you want me to walk in the front since I can take probably like any traps that we trigger a little bit better?
Sure, but try not
Yes.
to trigger them.
Yes.
I'd say, Norias, can you get rid of traps?
Yes, if you find one, I should be able to disable it.
I mean, how about you walk by my side? And you can look for them, because I can't see them probably as well. I don't know what to look for.
Okay.
You both keep your eyes open for the physical stuff. I'll keep my eyes open for the magical stuff. And if Bosch sees anything coming from really far away, he can shoot it.
Okay. I will bring you over to this page. You might have to zoom in.
We're
I
so
don't want
screwed.
to do it.
We're so screwed. We just volunteered to TPK us.
So, all of you walk into the same bright, brilliant colored hallway that extends a long ways. The red tiles on the floor, the frescoes on the wall, the art pieces. I'm assuming Bosch has the highest passive perception. Glancing around, Bosch, as you all walk into this corridor that is not lit, you look at the red tiles that kind of swerve across the ground. This first one, there's writing on it.
Can I tell what it says?
Looking down at it, it seems to just be runic. Like rune carvings across these red tiles, but after a couple seconds it starts to shift into a language that you can read. As you read like these first maybe 10-15 feet of tiles, you make out a message. Akarak congratulates you on your powers of observation. So make of this whatever you wish, for you will be mine in the end, no matter what. And you see this runic writing does continue all the way down the hall, following these red tiles.
I'll read that out loud.
Alright, well, that's creepy. What does he mean by, you'll be mine?
Oh, best case scenario, he just takes our lives. Worst case scenario, he takes our souls, and then we're trapped here.
Can I cast a minor illusion cantrip for light? Is that something that would work? Like I cast the illusion of light in my hand?
I mean, you can, but it's not going to illuminate anything more than any of you can see in the dark already.
Okay.
You essentially get like a pocket light.
I'll
We
cast
light up our
dancing lights. I'll put up my dancing lights.
Okay.
So we can see a bit better.
Yeah. It illuminates the hallway so you can see now in more color and more vividly the surroundings.
Wow, this place is odd. A lot of colors.
There is the red path that winds through the hallway. I don't know if that's meant to be where we're supposed to walk on or not, but I imagine...
I do not do that. I do not do dancing lights, because I got detect magic up. I had to read all that.
We'll just light torches then. That can help.
Could just light torches.
Do I have one?
We should all have 10 torches on us.
I have a hooded lantern. I don't have torches.
Ooh.
Yeah, natural.
So I have to light up my hooded lantern. I don't have... Can I just light that up with what I have? Because I don't have like a flint and steel or whatever.
Somebody
Cast
has it.
fireball. I cast fireball.
Just put us all down. Go ahead and get this over with.
Blows us all out of the hallway.
You're not getting us. I'm getting us. God, in
Hallway
your face.
collapses again.
So you all have lanterns and torches that are lit. You take a moment to light these. It does illuminate the hallway, giving you a better picture of color and the designs all over the wall. Now not seen in such gray tones. So you all do have a better visual, even though your dark vision for each and every one of you extends farther than these light sources do.
I think Bosch is right. Should we follow the red or should we not? Red is usually considered bad.
It's also considered royal.
I thought that was purple.
I have a pretty quick reaction to things. Would you like me to go first?
Sure.
I'll slowly creep in front of everybody.
Okay.
Yeah, am I getting any magic pings in the 30 feet around me in this location?
Not yet, no. Nothing's jumping out at you. There's still that ever-present line ghost energy that is like kind of permeating the space. But outside of that, nothing extends.
Well, there's nothing magical within 30 feet of us. I'll let you know if something happens, but just keep your eyes open for the physical stuff. Tripwires, things of that nature.
I'll take out a handful of the pebbles that I brought from the pile and kind of fling them out in front of me on this red trail as much as possible.
Okay. So you're kind of just tossing them out in front of you as you're walking?
Yeah, anything but like a pressure plate to try to set it off as much as possible.
Would those weigh enough to set off most traps? A little pebble?
Figured it's a lot better than just running down the path.
I can give
Well,
you
if you
some of
go
my
fast
rocks,
enough,
too.
right?
Spell only lasts 10 minutes, y'all.
Give me a little bit of space in case I do set something off. I don't want to, take us all out in one single trap.
Okay.
Mm,
You begin
Okay.
progressing down the hallway. Following the red path, you read another section that says, "After for you will be mine in the end no matter what." The next section says, "Go back to the Tormentor or through the Arch, and the second great hall you shall discover as you are progressing down." Next to you, Bosch, with your high passive perception, and looking kind of at your surroundings and slowly making your way throwing rocks. On your right at this moment, you see this like big mosaic of an iron door that is kind of painted on the wall, along with the rest of like all these designs. There's a lot going on these walls, but this one has just like this large door. And as you step into that spot where you're at, I need you to Oh. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So you step onto that spot and the floor just falls out from under you with no save. You fall 10 feet down into a pit of spikes.
Hold on, can I do feather fall on him?
Go for it.
Yeah, as soon as I see that.
Can you
Guess-
cast shield on somebody else or just you? Yes.
Nah, it's just self, yeah.
If he casts Featherfall, I can try to grab him. So I think I'm the faster out of the three of us up here.
So you fall 10 feet. I'm trying to think of the logistics of this because it's 10 feet down. You fall 60 feet per round, which is 6 seconds. So you would fall 10 feet in this second. So I'm going to have Thavo, you go ahead and roll a dexterity check for me. This is kind of like your initiative in all of this.
I'm gonna use lucky.
Okay. It is better.
Can I do the same as we both try to go catch him because none of us have magic?
Thavo
It's
got
just-
to it first, so it is Thavo on it. And also, you're not very strong, so Bosch might just pull you into the hole, falling 10 feet. But Thavo, you do, with a 13, as far as initiative goes, run up to the pit as Featherfall is cast and grab the cloak as Bosch is now, like, hanging off the ledge. And your feet are, like, scraping against these very sharp, spikes that look to be covered with some sort of, ichor or sticky substance on the top. As the whole section here in a 10-foot this on the token layer falls in. So now there is a hole in that section. But you were saved by a quick reaction from falling onto spikes.
Thank you for that.
You okay, little buddy?
Yeah, I may need to clean my pants when we get out of here.
Alright, it's all uphill from here.
I knew the pebbles would not set it off. They don't weigh enough.
So imagine
We need to
there's a
pick up
couple
some
little,
big rocks.
couple little rat pellets that were rabbit pellets that fell out of the end of his pants and that are at the bottom of the pit.
Does anybody have a staff or a spear, maybe, that we could check for traps with?
Oh, well, I've been using this great sword, but I still have my axe. And so maybe I would just chop down real hard in front of us with it.
I have a cane.
Just go around Dark King, just smacking the ground with a sword. No! No!
I feel like that would work. I mean, it's a big old great axe. You just do a step in front of you. That's a lot of pressure coming from me. So that's like a person setting off a pressure plate if they're all pits.
But I imagine a wizard would have some more magical traps too, though. I don't think they're all just going to be, pitfall traps.
That's what I'm keeping my spell open for, but I don't know. This guy seems to be a right piece of poop.
I think I can handle it.
He's had 2 mechanical traps. And they've both been pretty good. I don't want to see his magical traps.
Now, real quick, when I fell into the trap, it was just a straight pit. It wasn't like the underside of the area we were in was hollowed out.
What do you mean? Like, it was a pit under the tiles, like it was hollowed out.
Well, I mean, like,
does it go further? Is it further hollowed out? Like, maybe it's a trail under it or something?
Yeah, Indiana Jones, Last Crusade, when he fell down, there was like a whole basement area that was clear out.
No, you do not see from, like, your close vantage point of this pit. There doesn't seem to be any holes for, like, tunnels or opens up into another room, anything like that. It's kind of like a 10-foot by 10-foot square that is dug straight down. So what's the play?
I'm just gonna walk forward and hit my axe on the ground. Look for doorways as paths.
Yeah, as soon as my 10 minutes is up, I'll halt the party and see if they're cool with me casting it again, but I'm just ears open for magic stuff while I'm falling behind, readying some more Featherfall.
Yeah, I mean, at that pace and covering all of the ground, hitting tiles, and you having to recast that spell, this will probably take you all day to get, like, halfway down this hallway.
How slow are you hitting these friggin' tiles?
I
You need to move.
feel like I'm pickaxing it, like, like cartoon style, like.
Oh, well
Can
then move your token to each square and tell me which one you're hitting, and keep moving forward. We'll do it that way.
Okay. Let me know once we see a doorway or something. I want to try not to follow this red. Looks like it's our only choice.
So are you just hitting every square in front of you as you move down?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't want to. I'm going to try to be on the opposite sides of the red if I can.
And I'll move down, like, kind of behind her, like a square or so behind her. Just looking for traps. Like, looking for a tripwire or something that maybe she missed.
Oh,
Another
shit.
floor panel falls through as you hit the one in front of you. Continue moving.
Dang, I was hoping the red. All the traps would be on the red line.
Is everybody else able to read the writing on the red path?
Just off what everybody said, you're the only one that would be reading it. So you're the one making it out as the rest of the group is moving along? Find another one there, since you're hitting the spaces in front of you.
Oh, dang.
This is terrible.
It's like it's making us stay on the red.
We will take a break right there so I can read more text on the ground to Bosch, as you're now halfway through the hallway. So, up to this point, you have Akarat congratulates you on your powers of observation, so make of this whatever you wish, for you will be mine in the end, no matter what. Go back to the Tormentor, or through the Arch, and the second Great Hall you'll discover. And from that point on, shun green if you can, but night's good color is for those of great valor. That's the next line you get as you are progressing down the hall.
I continue reading that out loud.
Okay.
Shun green. What now? What is the knight's color? Is that the red? Do we know?
Was it night as in soldier of a king, or night as in opposite of day?
Opposite of day.
So black.
You're moving down. I would say at this point, with torches and everything lit, Bosch and Thavo, you two notice that at the far end of this, you see the red tiles kind of break off into a separate hallway at the very end, and one goes straight back into what is essentially a green doorway that is the face of a large devil, and these horns kind of protrude over the doorway, and the mouth is the opening to the door. But you all keep going on. The further you get, I'll read more of what the text says.
It was really stressful.
We could have gone to the city.
Okay, so before I move forward, since I can see two doorways, I'm like, which one do we want to go in? What did it say about the green?
Said
To where
shun the green, yeah?
Yeah, to where you're at, I will read all of it except for, let's say, the last line. We'll say that's how far Bosch has got, since you are the one reading aloud to everybody what this says. And I'll just read it from the top so you have all of the words again. Akarat congratulates you on your powers of observation, so make of this whatever you wish, for you will be mine in the end, no matter what. Go back to the Tormentor, through the Arch, and the second Great Hall you'll discover. Shun green if you can, but night's good color is for those of great valor. If shades of red stand for blood, the wise will not need sacrifice aught but a loop of magical metal. You're well along your march. 2 pits along the way will be found to lead to a fortuitous fall, so check the wall. These keys are most important of all, and beware of trembling hands and what will maul. If you find the false, you find the true, and into the columned hall you'll come, and there the throne that's key and keyed. The iron men of visage grim do more than meets the viewer's eye.
Copy and paste that into chat.
Hey guys, let's not do anything with the devil, okay? It said Sean Green in the thing.
If you can, no.
Don't touch it at all.
But didn't it also say false is true? And so, wouldn't the devil be the other way?
It's probably more options. Shun green if you can. That means try to go the other way. But the other way may not be so easy. Otherwise, why would we not be able to shun the green?
Night's good colors for those of grape. I don't know. What does that mean?
Has it been 10 minutes to detect magic? Oh, you're just doing it that way. I'm just gonna start doing it.
Can I hit this wall next to me? It said something about 2 pits will be found to lead for Tortoise Fall, so check the walls. So I'll hit in front of me on the floor, then I'll hit the wall.
Okay, so you hit the space in front of you, and then hit the wall. You slam a greatsword, I think is what you're using, or your axe into the wall.
I'm using my axe and saving my greatsword, so don't ding it up.
Okay. You hit stone wall. As you swing into it, you see that there is kind of like a plastery substance that is coating the walls, which all of the mosaic is drawn on, and behind it reveals like stone brick wall. Well crafted, just covered so that the mosaic running along the walls can be painted on.
Okay, I'm just gonna hit the floor and then like the walls in this like area.
Okay, so you clear out like that last, let's say,
Just this square area where I'm at and down.
So you clear out like the bottom 15 foot, make sure all those tiles are secure, walking around like the 2 different entryways. All of it seems stable. No more floors fall out in that area.
Okay. And all the walls are just that same stuff?
Yeah, all the walls are still like that plastery substance that's covering them.
Have we seen an arch since we gone through this hallway?
Or a painting of an arch?
You've not seen a painting of an arch. This devil doorway kind of looks like the closest thing to an arch.
So there's the green door, and then there's another path, yes?
There is another path, yeah.
Shun green if you can.
Is it
left.
Is it a door, or is it literally just a face with a wide open hole? Well, wide open mouth.
Yeah, it's a big like doorway. There's no door in it.
Okay.
It's just a big doorway, and the surrounding is a large devil face with horns that kind of protrude over the doorway. It's like a 3D devil face door.
That's not. Let's shun the green, like Flynn said. Let's go the other way.
Well, if we go the other way, we might have to sacrifice something for one of us, unless we have a magical metal. Do we have magical metals?
Why would we have...
That's just how I'm interpreting it. The shades of red stain the blood, the wise will not
I'll give you the
sacrifice.
last line too, since you're at the door. Find the last line real quick, and I will add it. The last section, Bosch, that you read out before it kind of descends into the devil mouth is, "You've left and found my tomb. And now your souls will die."
Well, that's reassuring. He said our souls will die, so he won't keep our souls.
Bodies dying, natural. Souls dying, problematic.
Was that reading on the tomb in front of the green one or the other door?
Yeah, it leads up. It stops like 5 feet before the open mouth of the green devil doorway.
I don't know. I've got an enchanted barrette. It's got metal in it. That might be good enough. I say we go left.
Left.
Okay. Two things, Flynn. As you move up, you finished casting your detect magic again. Thavo, you kind of step into this next hallway chamber. One thing. Flynn, you pick up a magic source on the devil-faced doorway. Once your detect magic kicks off, you detect a aura of transmutation magic. And for you, Thavo, while this is pinging for you, Flynn, on the door, you walk into this hallway to the left. As you kind of stand in the doorway, the stone archway before you is filled with a veil of thick vapors. The stones on either side of the base and the keystone protrude slightly from the stones around them. As you move to within touching distance of these three shrines, the left-hand base stone begins to glow yellow, the right-hand base stone orange, and the keystone on the ceiling blue.
Hi, Fled. There's some color orbs in here.
There's the colored orbs in the chat as well, just for a reminder. And the unfortunate thing, as you are seeing these colors begin to swell up, is that you cannot see the actual floor of this chamber because of these thick vapors that are just kind of hovering like a low-hanging fog that's extremely dense.
Hey, Thavo, throw your axe into the fog.
I mean, I'm not throwing my axe into the fog.
How about this? I have a rope. Why don't we tie a rope around my waist? Because if you fall, I don't think I can catch you. If I fall, you can keep me from falling.
Hi. Get like one of your arrows out as a cane and like use it to feel in front of you or something.
I have a cane if you would like it.
An arrow might be a little bit more replaceable. Your cane seems pretty neat.
You just want me to shoot cantrips in there?
That seems better. Doesn't have to sacrifice Bosch.
I would feel better about that.
Alright. Stand back. I don't know. Something might explode. Can I get a good angle on the blue one on the ceiling to, like, not be underneath it?
Yeah, I mean, you can hit on... None of you have walked into this room yet. You're all just kind of stood in the doorway and looked into it.
Are you gonna shoot the obelisk thing on the ceiling, or are you just shoot the floor to make sure there's a floor there?
I'll shoot any of them. I was thinking about shooting the ones with the colors to see if they explode or shoot magic out. Any pings from 30 feet into the doorway if I stand in the doorway?
No, you don't get anything in this room.
still shooting the blue one with the ray of frost.
Okay. So you step into the doorway. The sequence lights up again of the colors. Once again, the left base stone yellow, right base stone orange, and then the one above lights up blue in that order. And you shoot a ray of frost up at the blue one, and you see it kind of, and then dim. Nothing happens.
Yellow, orange, blue. Yellow, orange, blue. I'm gonna put this in there. Oh, never mind. You already have it.
Do the yellow and orange ones do anything? Get brighter? Flicker out? Nothing?
Nope. Only the blue one illuminated when you hit it with ray of frost, and then it went back out.
So the other ones didn't illuminate.
No, not when the blue one was struck with ray of frost.
Did it look like it was that it absorbed the magic, or that it got destroyed from the magic?
Looks like it illuminated from the magic. Kind of like pushing a button.
Wait.
Like you activated a button on the ceiling, it lit up and then dimmed.
So you used frost. Can I do the same thing with the firebolt at the orange one?
Sure.
That's where I was going. That's where I was thinking.
Yeah, you shoot a firebolt at the orange one. It's a stationary object, pretty easy to hit. Your firebolt smashes into it. It illuminates orange, then immediately dims.
Okay, so maybe blue ice, orange fire. What would yellow be?
Lightning, maybe? I don't have anything for lightning prepared. Got thunder.
Maybe just light itself.
Could be.
Do you have the light thing? Oh, you detect magic. Never mind.
Yeah, I definitely want to keep that one up.
And just to clarify, you did shoot the ray of frost at the orange and yellow ones, and they didn't do anything, right?
No, I was about to just try that. See if any
Okay.
magic will do. Ray of frost at the yellow one.
It illuminates yellow.
Okay, so maybe it's just magic.
And disappears. Or does it just
Then
illuminate?
finally disappears. It stayed
Okay.
illuminated longer than the rest of them.
Alright. Is the floor still foggy?
Yeah.
How
Shoot one at the floor, Flynn.
Alright. Psh,
You see
like
the
50 feet away.
this hallway, as far as you can see, only goes to about 15 feet. Like it's just
15 feet away.
you shoot it. The ray of frost disappears into the fog, not dispersing it at all, and you see like the blue glow under the fog as it kind of you feel it make contact with the floor.
It didn't disperse the fog? The fog didn't move. It was like...
Fog remained, but it did make contact with the floor.
And I'm not getting any weird illusion magic off of this fog.
Nope.
Is the fog toxic? Is there a way we can figure that out? Might have to throw something in it. What do I have? I have
A tiny mouse?
kiwi. Let's throw kiwi in it.
I'll throw you in it first. You don't treat
Bosch,
ladies like that.
Did you have the little? Do you still have some of the little rocks?
I'll chuck a handful of rocks in there.
They don't disperse the fog, but you hear them clatter on the stonework on the ground.
I
So it
take a
didn't-
step in.
It didn't immediately melt them.
So Flynn, you step in, and you're immediately gone. You disappear in front of everybody.
Oh,
Oh, looks like we're stepping in.
Yeah.
I step in right behind where Flynn was.
Okay. Lavo steps in and
I will as well.
Okay.
I will as well. We'll both step in.
And
It
we all-
sucks.
All just offered to kill ourselves.
Haha, you thought this was Tomb of Horrors. It's now a Seven Hells campaign.
All of you appear in a small cubicle. This miserable cubicle appears to have absolutely no means of egress. 3 iron levels, each about 1 foot long, protrude from the south wall of the chamber. You're in a small prison, essentially. And
What was
there are
that show called on
3
Netflix?
levers.
Maybe that's what this is. Can't remember what that show's called.
Like to contact R2 to shut down all the trash compactors on the detention level.
Shut them all down, hurry!
With Detect Magic up, you do not detect any magic in this whatever chamber you're in.
Do I know if there's powerful enough magic to mask being detected from the Detect Magic spell? Because now, out of game, I feel like I read something about this. And Flynn might know about it.
Make an Arcana check.
Called the circle? No. What is it? Can't remember. So there's 3 iron levels protruding from the south wall.
I'm drinking a lot of whiskey.
How are they varying in heights? Like, are they steps, or?
That's the room you're in case you can find it on the map. There's one illuminated section that you guys are all in exactly a 20-foot space. It's a little cramped in here. And there are 3 levers. That's it.
It's nice, small map of possibilities.
Can I investigate for traps on any of the levers?
Sure. Make an investigation check.
Fudge! Why are they so bad?
What'd I get out of my Arcana there?
Oh, you have no idea. You don't know of any magic that covers up magic outside of your wheelhouse at the moment. These levers look like they're all centered right now. The iron levels can be moved horizontally or vertically.
So, do we think the 3 levers moved the 3 iron shelves? Up, down, left, right?
100%, I do.
Okay, now the other question is, what happens if we do flick one of the levers? Is it gonna explode, shoot a ray of frost? What is it gonna do? Because I highly doubt it will just move the iron thingies.
The Tomb of Horrors, my friend. We could have done the espionage.
We should have done the espionage. Dang you, Magna.
Well, I think at this point we're just
Hold on.
gonna end up picking one and turning it.
Bosh. As you all are sitting in this small chamber just trying to get comfortable and think about your next move carefully, you notice there is an extremely small hole at the top of this chamber opposite of the levers. Up where the ceiling kind of meets the wall behind you as you're all focused on these levers, you turn around and look up. You see that there's like a 3-foot square. Seems to go somewhere.
Is that the same hole that Bosch saw? Or is it different?
That's the only hole that Bosch
Okay.
saw. That's the one that is spotted.
Is it in the ceiling or the wall adjacent to the ceiling?
It's more in the wall, like where the ceiling meets the wall. It's like that section is kind of cleared out this small opening.
Is it on the same side of the wall as all the iron shelves? Same wall.
There's no shelves in this wall. There's 3 iron levers, but there's no
Oh.
shelves. Like you're in a room with 3 levers and this tiny hole behind it.
Okay, so I thought I heard. Something else.
How high off the ground is the hole in the wall?
This pit, like the size of it, is only about like 10 feet tall, so 9 feet above you. Somebody could be hoisted up into it.
Thavo, could you lift me up so I can see what might be in that hole up there?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but say I'm 6'5", so I just have to lift him up a little bit, really.
Okay. Bosch, you're lifted up, view into the path, and you see that there's like it's almost like a bent tunnel that kind of goes out and then it curves to the right.
If I were to crawl in the tunnel, it's big enough for me to move in and out of fairly easily?
You're probably a little too big to crawl through this tunnel.
So the tunnel itself, it looks like an air vent. It doesn't look like a liquid, water, or acid was ever poured through it.
Make an investigation check. You don't see any like corrosion, any signs of wear and tear from like liquids passing through this over and over again. It seems pretty pristine from whenever this was made. You assume no. Or
Do I get...
it's been used very like rarely in that case.
Do I get any sense of like air movement? Like when we all worked in the cave, when you would open a door, you could feel the air moving by you?
No, you don't get any sense of movement of air. There's no breeze or anything coming from this.
Okay, thank you, Thavo. I can't see much there. It goes back a little bit and turns to the right.
What if we put a rope around Kiwi, somehow give Kiwi a little light source, and Kiwi can go through there? I can look through Kiwi's eyes.
How you do that?
Oh, it's just something I can do.
Sounds like magic.
It's not. I'm just really good at talking to Kiwi and being one with Kiwi.
So, do we think we pull one of the levers, it's gonna pour something out of that hole? Whether it be gas. So we just gotta pull the right one. I mean, I support the idea.
Right one? The right one on the right?
No. The correct one.
That's a dad joke.
Alright, I was thinking the one on the left.
You want to go left, right? Right.
Let's let's do the thing with Kiwi. He probably could see.
Can we give Kiwi like a little light source somehow?
It's a mouse.
Maybe give Kiwi like a little match?
Aren't mice nocturnal? Or is that?
Let's see.
Pull up a mouse, see if it has dark vision.
Oh, okay. Let me look that up real quick.
I mean, I would, but I have 1.5 million tabs open because there's a lot going on here.
I'm just gonna think rat's the closest.
Dark vision,
one.
30 feet.
Oh, they do? Okay. Nice.
There you
Armor
go.
class of 10. That's pretty impressive. One less than me.
Kiwi is the strongest mouse.
So, you know that you'd be able to see through Kiwi, 10-foot dark vision.
Alright. Hold on to, I guess, Flynn's shoulder. And I will send Kiwi up there with a rope and have my beast sense.
Okay.
Probably on my head.
Wait, you're giving Kiwi a rope?
I'm putting a rope around Kiwi, so in case I need to pull Kiwi out of there.
I mean, just a normal, like, twined rope is bigger than Kiwi. It's going to be near
I have
impossible
string.
to
You want string?
tie rope
Yeah,
around a mouse.
String, yeah, something. I'll even take fabric off my clothes if I have to.
I have string. Thavo, here you go.
Okay, put a string around Kiwi.
Okay. That makes more sense.
I was just
Yeah.
picturing a mouse tied into a giant knot of rope.
Just some big, thick climbing rope.
So, you have string tied around Kiwi. Toss Kiwi up in the vent, and use Beast Sense to see through its eyes. Runs for 20 feet down the hallway before it breaks. You see it goes for another 20 feet before it breaks left again. I'd say Kiwi can get to the curve and see that the hallway goes past the dark vision of 10 feet before the string runs out, because I don't think you have like
It just
500
says
feet
string.
of string.
So Kiwi doesn't see anything.
Just a small hallway, like a vent.
Can I take off some string from, like, break my clothes off a little bit somewhere and add more string? Give it
Well,
some
now you
string?
can tie the rope to the string.
Oh,
now
that's
it would
true.
work
we'll,
a little
we'll
bit
ti- We'll
better.
tie the string to the rope.
Kiwi very slowly dragging now rope through.
Oh, we can't hear you, Trey.
Now
Oh, there you
Kiwi
go.
tied
There we go.
string to rope, moving very slowly because rope is heavy and it's a mouse. Is dragging a rope through this tunnel and moves.
I'll, like, give it up so it's a little easier.
Yeah, Kiwi's 50 feet away from you in a curving tunnel. I don't think you can feed rope the way you're thinking you can. Kiwi is still dragging poundage of rope as Kiwi moves another 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50 feet before it breaks to the right.
And there's nothing.
Turning this corner, Kiwi has enough vision to see that there is a small chamber that has spikes protruding out of the ground in darkness and covered with some dark ichor-looking substance, very similar to the trap pits you have found before, but this one doesn't seem to be opened.
Oh,
Okay.
so does this mean? Oh, well, I guess.
I would be relaying this all out loud, too,
Oh,
like
okay,
the
okay.
direction.
Um,
I just can't hear or see you. I can't hear or see you guys, so I'll start bringing Kiwi back. I'll help Kiwi. I'll pull Kiwi out.
so does that mean that we got teleported underground and that spike area is a trap we didn't trigger, and maybe this is just a tunnel to the pit?
Could be part of the fortuitous fall. And I put my hand on a lever
Oh no.
and just watch everybody.
Make sure I have
Then-
Kiwi. I'm gonna start reeling in Kiwi faster while you have a lever.
Then
Come
you're
on,
making me
Kiwi!
anxious. Give me back my string, Thavo. That's some fine linen string.
Get back his
This is
fine
what
linen.
living's all about. Well, I mean, if you're here, if we're gonna die anyway, might as well get to it. Otherwise, we're just gonna starve to death in here, you know?
Pull it.
I go to the far left.
I cast
Huh?
shield on myself if that's a thing I can do.
That's a reaction.
Oh, okay.
Unless you got like Shield of Faith or something like that.
Mm-mm.
I would also like to rage. Once he pulls that lever.
Now, up or down? Down.
You pulled the left one?
Yep.
Nothing happens.
Oh no!
Woo! Don't hear any
We did it,
sounds.
boys! We did it!
No?
Next one.
Wait,
All the
wait.
way up.
Are
That
the,
same
are the
one, all
levers
the way up.
colored? The,
No,
the levers aren't colored.
all look the exact same. You move it to the up position. Lock it into
Yeah.
place. Done.
All right. That's one.
That
Now
went
it's just 50-50.
well. Oh no.
Do the middle one.
The middle one now or the right one?
Just go in order, left to right.
Middle one all the way up.
Pick the middle one. Nothing.
Hold on. All the way down.
Nothing.
Left one, right one all the way down.
So you have 2 down and 1 up now?
No, I think the left one's all the way up, the middle one's all the way down. And the right one I'm doing all the way down.
So that'll be 2 down, 1 up?
Yeah.
Okay. Nothing.
All the way up. Alright, it's a combination.
It's a combination.
I said it first.
Alright, well.
So right now you have the 2 on the end up and the 1 in the middle down, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
There's something like 27 combinations, I think. That's the math, isn't it? 3 times 3 times 3. Right? I don't know.
Sounds right to me.
There's 27 combinations that we could do.
And some of them might kill us.
Well,
I'd say 20 of them. And maybe some of them, at least these ones, don't do anything. Then one works. So I'm just reading over the nice poem that the wizard left to see if there's any clues.
I will, I'll kind of snip it once we're done with the session today, and I'll put it in our Discord, so you guys can look it over.
Is there anything on the walls? Any type of writing or runes or nothing like that? Okay.
There's just a plain, small stone room with 3 levers and that weird little vent.
can I start touching
I think
around?
I think we skipped the looking on the wall part.
Can we start touching around on the bricks to see if there's a loose one or something?
Make an investigation check. You feel like you cover the room pretty well. It's small, it doesn't take you that long, but nothing's loose. It seems to be a solid room. I'll say
Pushing them all up.
all up. Okay, you take the middle one and throw it up. As the ceiling opens up into a little bit more of a space, and you see that there is actually more clearance to that small vent that was like 3 foot wide is opened up to you. A size to where all of you could pass through.
Think we did it. But now what do we do?
I'm kind of stuck on this part of the poem. It's talking about a fortuitous fall.
Yeah, there were 2 pits
So
along the
part of
way.
me wants to go down.
What if it's like the lights? So like you had your left light, the yellow one was on the floor, so down. The blue light was up, high, and then the orange light was down.
So you left and right down and middle and up is a lever combination? Is that what you're trying to say?
Maybe.
I imagine they'd all go down, and then we'd go down. Just like they all went up, so we go up.
What if it's like a word we need to spell? Like
What if you're thinking too hard, Darvo? You're killing
Okay.
me with the
Before-
mouse and the strings.
before we put them all down, let's think about what we've seen before. We've seen a bunch of spikes covered in some freaking ichor. So we don't really... I mean, we can try.
We can go up and investigate everything. I just think we should keep this in our memory. If we get stuck, perhaps come back down here, do another rope trick, put all the things down, and have our fortuitous fall. Seems like we gotta go down somewhere. That's all I'm saying.
Go up.
So let's get out of here and just see what's up out of this pit.
Okay. So y'all crawling through?
Yeah.
You all follow the pit. Let me move this to token layer. You break the ceiling above the spike pit and are back in the hallway with the red path, the large green devil horn door, and where it breaks. That's where we're going to pick up next time.
Okay. Okay.
That was some weird teleport fog.
I think we've almost got it. I feel pretty good about this.
We haven't completely died yet, so I think that's better than most for... This is my first time running this Tomb of Terrors or whatever, horrors.
I'm not worried, man.
Everything's going to
Man,
be
that's
fine.
Classic D&D in here.
Alright, thanks YouTube. Bye YouTube.
About to.
Love you, YouTube.
Lick and describe. Lick and describe.